of a scale, agriculture still does not attract adequate and appropriate funding from the public purse or from private sources.
His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, His Excellency, and a friend of the Governor of Kebbi State, and all the other excellencies represented here. This conversation is about the people who actually make things happen. So I must also start by addressing and acknowledging all those who are involved in the field of agriculture. I have a fairly short speech, but I'm sure nobody wants to hear it. We want to go straight to the business of the day. I'm going to start by saying that a conversation about agriculture, it's rarely ever a conversation about agriculture. So we are here today on our second summit titled Agric-Africa. But the truth is that this is first and foremost a conversation about food security. And a conversation about food security is a conversation about security, period. It is also a conversation about water and sustainability. It is a conversation about trade and what will happen to Nigeria now that we have signed the CFTA. It is a conversation about foreign reserve and whether or not the exchange rate will move or not. It is a critical conversation about employment. It is about food and about the 227 million Africans that are starving today. So really and truly, we're never really going to have a conversation about agric without having a conversation about everything else. And I'm glad that when we set out to have this summit, within the first 2 days of making it public, we had 4 times the number of people we could accommodate.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osibajo S.A.N., ably represented by the Honorable Minister of State, Alhaji Baba Shehu Shahuri, and the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Pauline, Her Excellency, and the Chairman of Sterling Bank, my friend Ashe Godalo, and the Chief Executive Board members, invited stakeholders, and the Honorable Ladies and Gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Women Affairs and Social Development. Let me also start by congratulating Sterling Bank and the Chairman of Sterling Bank. Is turning out to be a very, very important gathering of agriculture stakeholders in Nigeria. I was at last year's summit, and certainly we all benefited from it. Read on behalf of the Vice President is a reflection of the commitment of the federal government to the agricultural sector. I think it's fair to say that we have had a Vice President who have taken up the economic challenge seriously and maybe has, to the MD of lawyers, have transited from being one of the Nigeria's leading lawyers to maybe one of the best brains in finance and economics, dictated by his leadership of the economic management team. And that's how it ought to be. A federal government that is willing to engage stakeholders at all levels. The President Muhammadu Buhari, personally chairs the National Food Security Council. The President has played host to farmers and stakeholders in different aspects of agriculture, in addition to what the Vice President does almost on a regular basis. We have presidential task forces dealing with various aspects of the agricultural value chain. We have the Presidential Fertilizer on Initiative, which have solved one of the biggest problems in Nigerian agriculture to a large extent, which is adequacy and quality of fertilizer.
Agro-pastoralism is the way forward. I normally propose two approaches. There's no one solution to solving this problem. 90 to 95% of that livestock, the milk you take, most of the ones people in the north, and the animals you slaughter is being provided by these people. So there must be they need to create something to cater for these people. And then you have to go into the commercial livestock production. So there are two approaches. There's no single approach to solving this problem. I propose two. One that focus on this, on see how you can harness their potentials. What is limiting their potentials? For this is an intervention I did. This is a grass I import from Kenya. It's one of the highest yielding grass in the country now, hybrid Napier grass. I'm told the MD spoke about it. It gives you close to about 150 tons per hectare within rainfall.
While it is more difficult for African countries, including ECOWAS neighbors, to penetrate the Nigerian market, Nigeria is not doing badly in exporting to the rest of Africa. ECOWAS and non-ECOWAS countries received about 13% of total Nigeria, with the ECOWAS share just slightly less than the non-ECOWAS share. Over the past 4 decades, African food market, most of the growth occurring in the past 2 decades. The African food market is projected to grow another 6-fold in the next 4 decades. Better integration of Nigeria agri-food sector with regional markets therefore presents significant growth opportunity for the sector. Another area of focus is about food safety. I would like to assay with the saying among food safety practitioners that if it is not safe, it is not food. The economic cost of foodborne disease is enormous in Nigeria. The country lost more than 6 billion in 2016 due to foodborne diseases and ran behind only China, India, and Indonesia in terms of economic losses originating from foodborne diseases. With the rapid transformation of diets in Nigeria, there is an increase in the consumption of domestically processed and locally produced food. Data from 2015 revealed that almost 75% of food consumed are purchased, and over 65% of the purchased food is in processed form. Ensuring that these products are safe for human consumption is therefore critical. Effort to understand and address challenges associated with food safety need to be more holistic and consider the potential for exposure along the entire supply chain. Health is wealth. It costs more to treat diseases than to prevent them. An ounce of preventive safety is worth more than a pound of treatment. Our public health professionals have a lot to teach the farmers and food producers. A multidisciplinary approach is today's global approach to families and communities. If we will obtain positive outcome from programs and intervention geared to help our nation. It takes a lot of economic resources at all levels of government to combat cases of epidemics or pandemics related to food events. It is also notable that for many years, Nigeria has been plagued by a complex and challenging land tenure system, which impedes economic growth and can sometimes cause violent land disputes. Without official document to prove that one has the right to own or even occupy a piece of land, banks and microfinance institutions are far less likely to provide a loan to individuals, more especially if there is alternative collateral available. In response to these issues, we are aware that Nigeria has established a presidential technical committee on reform to improve governance of the Land Use Act of 1978. However, many of the policies developed by the committee have not yet been formalized.
So that's to tell us that the opportunities that exist within this sector is so huge, and it all takes people with the right conditions, with the right attitude, and the facilities to be able to move that sector forward. Coming to the exchanges themselves, the topic is unlocking the potentials of the exchanges. Mr. Deyinka, you have been operating for the last 5 years now, and of course, you've been scaling up. And I know one particular issue that has been a problem for the exchange is with regards to logistics and storage. How are you dealing with that in trying to deal with the potentials of an exchange?
Thank you, Mr. Agama. When an exchange exists and guarantees delivery to a buyer, there's a need to ensure that irrespective of what the price of transport is, the value must get to the buyer. And this is a challenge that is faced by most of us in the market. So you enter into a contract to deliver 100 metric tons to Olam Paddy, or you're sourcing from Kebbi, or you're sourcing from Jigawa. But Olam's factory is down in the western part of the country. Now, one key variable is pricing of the commodities, right? And when the pricing is being discussed, the buyer would have factored in the cost of logistics, even though he may not be taking delivery at that point in time. Now, one of the first things we need to identify is who are the credible logistics partners we need to partner with. And you know the way Nigeria is, we still have a long way to go in terms of putting structure around our transport system. Even though we have the railway system, which should have been the most efficient one, is still highly underutilized because it's plagued with a lot of inefficiencies. So you have to go through the laborious route of moving the load up north, down south using trucks, which at most times you can't predict the availability. You can't predict that it will actually get down to where it is needed. So what we do in this case is we partner with key transport companies, and our requirements are clear. We must have GIT in place. We must commit to deliver, and you must partner with us so we know all the details of what partners you're working with. This gives a level of comfort to whoever is buying through the exchange. Now, the other part is on the storage facilities. Most of the time, the thinking has always been the exchange or whoever is running an exchange must build storage facilities. But we must give kudos to the government of Nigeria. Almost every local government you go to, you see storage facilities. Now the question is, how well
everybody. Good morning. This is reporting live from the Lagos studio to the second day of biggest summit in Africa. That is the Agriculture Summit Africa, powered by Sterling Bank. I'm sure we all had a fantastic time yesterday with our beautiful panelists and speakers that drill down into every of content which was discussed, yesterday on the summit. Once again, my name is Aki Alabi. I'm reporting live from the Lagos studio, and I'm sure that our listeners across other parts of the country are also here joining to us. Don't forget, you can join in to the summit either by Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, and also connect to every aspect of the summit today. Well, as an highlight of yesterday, I'm very sure most of you that joined us get or understood what it really means when Sterling Bank was critical about the theme, revolution. So that means that there will be a new turnaround about agriculture, and also what agriculture will be foregoing. So on yesterday's highlight, number one, there were, from the first panel session, there were discussion on technology, which means that technology and data are critical towards agricultural development, and also of essence in ensuring that Nigeria agriculture can move to a greater height with technology. And also there were discussions that touched down generally as data will be the new oil towards the growth of agriculture in Nigeria and Africa. And the second panel also made emphatic points about the role of financial intermediation and how it would help grow the agricultural sector. We had guests like the group head, Bukola Awosoya, that touched about how the bank is actually using 10% of its loan to fund the sector. And also we had discussion from Martin Fregene of AFDB that gave good insights on what the bank is doing to grow the agric sector. Well, for me, I think I really took so much from Martin Fregene and what it meant when he said AFDB is ready to reposition agriculture, not only in Africa and also some part of the world. Fantastic. And on the third panel session, that was more critical, where there were points on impact of climate change. I'm sure some of you are aware on what is happening currently in some parts of the northern part of Nigeria regarding flood and other climate issues. So discussions were regarding that yesterday on climate change and what we need to do, to properly navigate or to secure our farmers during this time. And discussions were held on what we need to do, funds that need to be prepared and tied down towards this. And these are critical things that we need to know about how we can revolutionize agriculture in Nigeria and Africa today. Again, welcome again. My name is Aki Alabi, and I'm reporting live from the Lagos studio. Now, this is the day 2. What are we expecting with discussions from beautiful panel sessions? Number one, I've been told by technical team that we have a wonderful, respected governor from Kebbi State. That is His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Bagudu, who will also be giving us his Google messages live at the Abuja studio. And also be having some important personality like Dr. Atakra that will be giving us the keynote address for today, and also a beautiful discussion around what it means to revolutionize agriculture, from panel discussion on private partnership, and also other discussions from the panels we're having from the day 2. And I wanted to also ensure that plug in join us. Don't miss out on any of the panel session, because today is the day 2 and is the final of the summit. So that means there'll be more that will be dished out to everyone today. So don't forget to tune into the Facebook, Twitter, and also YouTube. Join live. And also, again, I want to thank the technical team who are doing a fantastic job to ensure those who are in Nigeria, Africa, and other part of the world to plug in and connect to this great summit powered by Sterling Bank. Beautiful one, I must say. And to everybody that is joining us from anywhere in Nigeria, be it from the northern region, southern and western region, anywhere, we want to say thank you very much for joining in. And also from the MD, is also saying thank you very much for plugging in into this summit. And I'm sure by the end of today, you will learn something new and what the bank is doing to change the dimension of agriculture in Nigeria and Africa. Thank you very much. My name is Akin Alabi. Welcome.
Is that it? We're going to go and introduce the governor of Kebbi now. Okay.
What is particularly available for the farmers in this case? That is the small farmers in particular. Thank you.
I did say in my opening remarks that for the central bank, it's
I'm going back now.
Direct policy interventions, indirect policy efforts, and then funding of farmers at different levels. So let me start from the direct policy interventions. What has happened to the world post-COVID-19 is something very phenomenal. But from the central bank point of view, see it as an opportunity in disguise, particularly for those at the base of the economic pyramid. And I'm referring to smallholder farmers, people doing small businesses. What we have done at the CBN is to bring out a regulatory forbearance policy for financial institutions. By this, banks who are serious, like Sterling Bank, I mean, it's very gratifying to hear that Sterling Bank has a target of achieving 10% of its loan book under agriculture. That's the kind of song we want to be sung around the Nigerian financial system, for people to realize that apart from the business objective, that this economy has to be there for the banks to make the profit that they are cutting in.
We, as an organization, has understood the African agriculture, the pressing needs of the smallholder farmers, and have come up with various innovations and technologies. And these are very relevant to the time and the stage and the future. One of the areas, some of the key areas that we target at IIT is improving the varieties that are grown in the continent, and then improving the agronomic management, how the crops are managed, and then protecting the crops from pests and diseases, and ensuring that the farmers get profit from their production and then deliver that product to the markets so that they can make income.
It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the African Development Bank and on behalf of its president to join you at Sterling Bank's Agricultural Summit for Africa.
Particularly with the CTA report that I mentioned earlier, is this question of where nations are actually one of the things a bit was that only 2% of the solutions focused on what we might call macro agricultural intelligence. And I think it's an interesting one because on the flip side, 35% of the solutions actually focused on advisory and information services. And so the information is definitely coming from government in that sort of comprehensive data collection, like you'll see from Grow Intelligence, which Sarah Menker has founded and really launched across the continent. I think there's room and sort of necessity for platforms like that as well.
Okay. Now to welcome the person I call the man that understands agriculture, a father of the sector, His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Bagudu, the governor, the executive governor of Kebbi State, to give us the goodwill message for today and as they open the day 2 of Agriculture Summit Africa by Sterling Bank. Over to you, Abuja Studio. Kebbi State for the goodwill.
Distinguished audience, and I have with me, like Akin just said, in the studio in Abuja, His Excellency Dr. Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Matawale Nwandu, Chairman Progressive Governors Forum, UGF, and Vice Chairman Presidential Food Security Committee. He is also a member of the Presidential Fertilizer Availability and Provision Committee in Nigeria. So undoubtedly, this is a real mover and shaker in the present climate as far as it has to do with agriculture. Your Excellency, first and foremost, my condolences regarding the situation in Kebbi at present, the floods and all. But we know that the Kebbi people and indeed the rest of the farmers in Nigeria are in capable hands in terms of the response mechanism and the measures put in place to counter these realities. But I will cede the floor to you to basically speak to our audience and give your goodwill message.
Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency.
And good morning, everyone. And let me once again, as always, thank Sterling Bank for inviting me and for organizing this annual event. I believe this is my 4th invitation. And because of the importance of the sector, there's endeavored to attend to each of the invitations. And so I congratulate the Sterling Bank and the management, Mrs. Awosanya in particular, who has always been to us in Kebbi in the forefront out there leading the bank's commitment to agriculture. And certainly the Abubakar Suleiman, the MD. And it has been said here this morning that Sterling Bank is committed to achieving 10% of their loan portfolio to agriculture, and that is commendable. And we wish to see more financial institutions making such commitments and even going beyond that. Where agriculture is the next revolution, I think is even an understatement, because the revolution is fast in its on its way. What we saw in the last 5 years, starting from even my relationship with Sterling Bank, when after the launch of the Anchor Borrowers scheme in 2015, in November 2015, Sterling Bank is one of those banks Kebbi State sought to partner in order to register farmers in a short time with geolocation. But then it was almost impossible to accomplish registering 70,000 farmers in 2 weeks. Today, the choices are many. Many technology providers, many financial institutions are able to do that. And beyond that, much more beyond that in such a small time. So that is part of the evolution that is taking place in this in the agricultural sector. We are not just talking about farming or animal husbandry or fishing. We are talking about technology, artificial intelligence. We are talking about fintechs competing with banks, that banks ought to even look carefully. Can we afford to procrastinate in this sector? 2 years or 2.5 years ago, the central bank governor invited me to a Nigerian bankers annual meeting in Lagos, and Professor Davis of the Lagos Business School spoke about how financial technology companies are even threatening the banking sector, and particularly in the model, in the way they used to be. And certainly one of the safe grounds for everyone, I believe, is agriculture. And it will provide asset creating opportunities from the technology providers, from data management services, from artificial intelligence that is increasingly going to be determining how food is produced, transported, distributed, and consumed, and even consumed. And thirdly, also there we have it, a lot of opportunities. The trade in agriculture is one of the biggest. And what has happened in the last 4-5 years in Nigeria shows that Nigeria is on its way to competing and competing favorably. Its policy framework has increased, has shaped up properly. The institutions that have been set up to encourage agricultural lending, or those who have been in agricultural lending, particularly the central bank, has expanded significantly its development finance role, thanks to the leadership of the governor of the bank, Godwin Emefiele, assisted by his deputy governors and senior management team, particularly those in the development finance. The Nigeria risk-based for agricultural lending, NISAL, done amazingly very well. Yesterday, the chief executive told me how their loan portfolio, is almost 146 billion naira, and with loan loss of less than 1%. So this is an institution that is set up to help other lenders or even the capital market to come into agricultural lending. Hitherto it does not exist. Now, not only does it exist, but it's creating models that is supporting the financial sector, the insurance companies, and other investors to invest in agriculture in a safer and more profitable manner. So I think there is a combination, and certainly the prospects of being in a sector where you have millions of people who have productive assets, meaning land, and have an upside potential continuously is certainly sounds a dream for financial sector. The Nigerian agricultural space consists of millions, tens of millions, at least 60 million smallholder farmers whose yield has been increasing in all commodities, in all crops, whose yield can be made higher by support, which is even coming now so courtesy of the financial sector, and I said there's service companies that are focusing on transferring knowledge to farmers, focusing on transferring technology to farmers, and proffer inputs to farmers, and thereby increasing their yield and uptaking their produce. That is going not where we want to be, and that's a big opportunity. Over the last 5 years, we have seen, even with challenges in the global economy which affects Nigeria, we have seen how companies are increasingly investing profitably in processing. In Kebbi, we have increased in the number of companies processing rice. We have companies now that GB Food that put up a 20 billion naira facility, a company that is processing tomato. We have seen investment in other areas. Those in the poultry sector are doubling capacity, and we are partnering with NMPC in ethanol and cassava and sugarcane production. And the story is similar elsewhere, and all these companies are making money. So all the elements of a revolution, I believe, are in place. And Nigeria potential can be measured in different ways. I have always reckoned with the example that Bangladesh is a country smaller than four northwestern states. Sorry, former northwest state, meaning Niger State, Kebbi State, Zamfara, and Sokoto. These four states are slightly bigger than Bangladesh, and Bangladesh has a population of 170 million people in that space, but yet they are able to produce over 35 million metric tons of rice. They are able to produce in that space over 4 million tons of fisheries. They are able to export to the world market over $34 billion worth of textiles. So if we just take those countries and with model competing with Bangladesh, one can imagine the value that will be generated. Another equally valuable contrast is between Netherlands, a country of about 41,000 square kilometers, meaning it is smaller than the combination of Cross Rivers, and Bayelsa. So, and the water resources, transportation are almost equivalent. But the Netherlands export over 90 billion euro worth of agric produce. So if we just say we are taking those countries, just 3 states, and begin to put a model in place and say, we want to take on Netherlands. We want you to compete with Netherlands because the endowment, the fishery potential, the access to sea and terrain is similar. So one can imagine the kind of opportunities that can be unlocked. So, and like I said, the evidence has been great. With Nigeria has better than account for activity one quarter by 6.1%, which is about the best in the world. And because countries deliberately, in response to coronavirus, took decision to contract economic activity. I think in West Africa, in Africa, we're the best performing country. Around the world, we compete with many others. And one of the reasons why was because agriculture remained solid. When we had depression in 2016, it was agriculture that remained positive. I think it was agriculture that provided the platform for emerging from that recession. So I believe we are in a golden era in agriculture. The policy framework, policy commitment, President Muhammadu Buhari left nobody in doubt when he said we must grow what we eat and we must eat what we grow as a starting foundation for revolution in the agricultural sector. And he supervises and leads the agriculture's quest even in spite of institutions that are mandated to do their duty. He chairs the National Food Security Council himself, which I have the privilege of being the vice chairman. And so we can see the personal commitment. We had a meeting about 10 years ago for him to review the situation, the national food, and what more can be done to ensure that agricultural value chain is making a lot of money. The central bank and the institution appreciated that role, and Sterling Bank have, and I'm sure they are providing all this policy steadfastness, clarity and support from the central bank and other institutions, like I said, NICEL, that is helping in de-risking agriculture, and the avalanche of creativity coming from our youth who are increasingly bringing technology into agriculture, and our farmers who are responding, those in the animal husbandry sector, those in our fishing sector, our millions of women in agriculture and small-scale processing who are responding like never before, have created a platform where Nigeria is on its march to making agriculture the #1 foreign exchange earner, I believe, in the near future, and continue to provide stable employment and profitable opportunity for all those involved in the sector. And of course, we have occasional challenges, flooding, drought in some parts of the country. We have now devastating flood. But again, even flooding is also a function of the limitation of capital, because sometimes long-term, those who have money and long-term horizon and a long-term horizon can now begin to appreciate that, well, this is another area of opportunity, because other countries have done it, have put capital to support management of climate change, which is also a big sector in itself, and provides opportunities to put money and make money. I thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That for me is very illuminating, and in all honesty, it comes from a man who himself is hands-on involved in the sector and knows and understands the realities therein. Definitely, we want to look at how the current climate, impacted situation in the state and across of the surrounding neighboring states, how it is really, will I say, shaping policy intervention. By that I mean, are you linking up with your colleagues, neighboring state governors, and what is the nature of your, your response? How are the farmers themselves taking to it? And also, we would want to know, speaking from the standpoint of a farmer yourself, what do you think the realities or the directional policy position should be from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, for instance? I say that because I am on my own a technical advisor to the Honorable Minister, and we would want to pick your brain, as it relates to our interventions and our response framework.
Thank you. I think the key is for all of us to appreciate that agriculture is business. A smallholder farmer is an entrepreneurial unit, and we should relate with them as such. And the same holds true for those in the livestock sector. A season can disappoint, just like a season can disappoint in any company or enterprise. So when we relate with those in the agricultural sector on a seasonal basis, I think we are missing the point, because they are entrepreneurs and yes, certainly. Input is made available to the person such that he quickly take advantage of the opportunity. Being a positive approach to agricultural lending is that it has been looked as if it is a seasonal occasion and providing 100,000 naira to a farmer. No. If I provide 100,000 naira to a farmer that he does 3 crops a year or he does 5 crops in 2 years, then I can manage the cropping season. And that is what we should do consciously. That is what is the best practice around. So in terms of what the institutions can do, particularly Federal Ministry of Agriculture, is to recognize it as such. Unfortunately, again, flooding involves movement of water bodies that are sometimes national in nature. For example, the river Niger originates from Guinea, it comes through Mali, it comes through Niger, then Nigeria. We know when the water can't do anything about it. Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency and NIMET, hydrological agencies, even last week they warned us that the level of water on River Niger is the highest that has ever been recorded, about 9.97 meters. We can't do anything about it as a country individually. We have to cooperate with others. So more so within the country. When the water leaves Kebbi, it goes to Niger and Kwara, and goes Kogi, and on its way to Edo, Anambra, Delta, and rivers. So and the same thing with River Niger and River Benue. It comes from Benue, Adama Benue. The inland basin, the drainage basins of Nigeria, 4 recognized drainage basins: the Sokoto Basin, the Lake Chad Basin, the Atlantic East, which is rivers, so Imo rivers, Atlantic West, Ogun, and Oyo, are things that requires cooperation and collaboration, both at the international, national, and it requires a lot of capital, which might be an opportunity. It requires a lot of short-term opportunities, most importantly, moving people away from danger, in which we have done very well with support. And President Muhammadu Buhari, 2 years ago, in recognition after the 2018 flooding, provided about 23 billion naira to support all states that are affected by flooding.
Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you.
Oh, really?
Okay. In my presentation?
Yeah, clearly the last intervention.
Okay. Sorry, Atlanta, we have audio issues, and
I don't think they will even be hearing us.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear. I think it's better than it was before.
Viewers, our audience, we have technical challenges at the present time. trying to remedy it, and we'll get back to you. Can you run the... Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, basically, Your Excellency's last few words so that we could conclude the session.
Yeah. I think you have been asked.
Oh, no, he doesn't have to stop. I'm just saying if I say those things that we missed on the audio.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, all right. The audience, we want to again apologize. We were cut off at some point. So, Your Excellency, you were emphasizing the interconnectedness of geographial.
Before then, I think I made the point that I want to stress, because it's very important for bankers, for lenders, that you asked me what's the best way to respond to challenges like flooding.
That's right.
And I said the first one is to recognize that agricultural or livestock or fishing or activity are entrepreneurial activities. One season can disappoint. So if lenders, financiers, regulators have set up a framework where we recognize that we are dealing with entrepreneurial units rather than seasonal activity. So we are better able to handle disappointment of one season, just like a company will do.
Yeah.
And we are better able to respond. For example, immediately after this dry season, the flooding of the wet season, which has affected and devastated crops, animal life, and fishing ground. But there's going to be opportunity in the dry season, which is more stable. And so if lenders or insurance appreciate that, our response and support for those entrepreneurial units, i.e. the small scale and even the large scale farmers, livestock sector participants, fisheries, will be better.
Yeah.
We'll be able to rush more credit to them, more inputs, and support them generally to resume activity. And secondly, I mentioned that the fact that management of events like flooding requires international and national cooperation, because the water bodies sometimes are national in nature. For example, I gave the example of River Niger that originates from Guinea through Mali, through Niger, and then Nigeria. So even within Nigeria states, when the water comes to Kebbi, we know certainly it is headed to Niger State, and Kogi knows it is headed for sure to Edo, then Delta, Nambra, and rivers. The same thing with the River Benue. And even though I spoke about the Nigeria's four drainage systems, basins, Sokoto Basin, Lake Chad Basin, Atlantic East and Atlantic West, and how we must recognize that they need to be thought of in a similar way in designing a national drainage system that, of course, will cost money and is long term, and maybe that's another big area of opportunity for our agricultural sector. But
thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Yes.
I think at this point we really would want to thank you for the time you've made available to us, and also to highlight the fact that this is a national reality that clearly requires an entirely national response. And the leadership at the present time is equal to the task and taking steps to address, the situation. And thank you, Your Excellency, also for indicating something that I consider to be very important: the fact that farmers are businesses in the reality. They have to be addressed as such. They have to be considered, as such, even when packaging interventional plans and programs that target them. Having said so, I believe that we are going to take a break now and cede the stage to the Lagos studio. Lagos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Richard. Fantastic goodwill message from His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Bagudu. Beautiful one there, well detailed and well said. We've been following the news and details of what's happened in Kebbi recently with farmers that have been affected with floods and how some of the produce, by the farmers have been taken away by the flood ravaging Kebbi at the moment. But nevertheless, we want to say thank you very much, His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Bagudu. That was a keynote, that was a goodwill message for the summit. Once again, welcome you back to Lagos studio. My name is Aki Alabi, and please don't forget to plug in by your Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook, and also get live feeds of today's event by using the hashtag ASA2020. I repeat, hashtag ASA 2020. This is the Stellenbosch Agriculture Summit Africa. And also, I want to really appreciate the wonderful technical crew that are doing everything possible in ensuring that we have live stream everywhere across the world. Thank you very much. Fantastic job you guys are doing. So don't forget to join us and stay tuned. So by now, we should be moving on to the next agenda, but nevertheless, we still want to say, hang in there. We are giving you good content and also promoting what agriculture is all about for the next revolution, and also what agriculture means in Nigeria today. Thank you very much, and also please stay tuned and plug in as I still remain your Lagos studio MC, Aki Alabi, and also to Richard, well done over there in Abuja. Fantastic job you are doing in Abuja, and I love your suits and the tie that you put on this morning. Again, I'm Oshobaiju. It's been a wet day in Lagos. It's been raining cat and dog in Lagos. It's been raining all day, and but nevertheless, it doesn't despair us from the summit. It still goes on, and ensure that every information, get up anywhere in the world. And also, I got feedback from our technical crew that we had guests and online guests and participants across the continent, from Russia, Rwanda, Kenya, other parts of the continent actually joined us for this summit. I want to say well done and thank you very, very much for tuning in and be part of this great event, Agriculture Summit Africa. My people call it the Jerusalem of agriculture. Thank you once again. I remain yours, Aki Alabi. Bye-bye. Thank you. Want a picture? Okay.
Feel this. This.
Crest Agro Product is a player. We have not perfect. There is currently a huge need for expansion and investment in the agricultural sector in the country. I expect at the end of this summit for us to have like a roadmap.
Shala commenced as a greenfield operation, so it was very encouraging for us to find financial partners at the time that believed in our vision and what we're trying to achieve, even at pre-revenue stage. Sterling Banks. This supports Shawadag has evolved from a mere business plan to a fast-growing aquaculture and fish processor in the West African region. Sterling Bank's Agri Summit for this year will feature very seasoned agripreneurs and policymakers, and my expectation is that by the end of the summit, we'll have actionable ideas and steps to significantly improve food systems in Africa to adequately prepare for the challenges ahead.
The summit that will be coming up, we expect to have great insights. We expect to share, to see what has evolved over the last year. CEOs and the entire sector have been able to manage the impact of the disruptions caused by COVID and ensure that there is effective settlement of trade. Working with financial institutions like Sterling Bank, we're able to unlock financing for the producers. We're able to unlock financing for the processors, and then we work with investment firms and financiers. We work with over 110,000 smallholder farmers, and this numbers grow. By the end of 2021, we anticipate that we'll be at about 250,000 smallholder farmers that we engage with directly, and we'll be building new products that allow us then reach even a broader number through professive franchises that we're designing.
Animal Care's relationship with Sterling Bank dates as far back as 1989 with its forebearers. And today we have been enjoying a lot of advisory services from the bank and also credit facilities. And we've really grown and expanded operations in Kano, Asaba, and Ogun State, and we've all benefited from these facilities directly and indirectly. And I'm glad about the understanding that they have about the agric sector. I expect an intimate discussion on technology available for livestock stakeholders, the input suppliers, the farmers, what technology is available, how can we leverage on it. And I know Sterling Bank is at the forefront of driving technology, so I'm sure there will be lots of ideas and brainstorming we can do. And we also want to see how data can be available for the industry, data that drives investment and let us know what direction we are going as an industry.
Agriculture has been the backbone of our economy for decades. Its growth has been far from what it's supposed to be, especially with the fluctuating oil prices and decreasing oil demand. The heavy impact of the global pandemic cannot be overlooked as agricultural activities plummeted, giving rise to hikes in the price of food commodities. All efforts should be put into ensuring that the agricultural sector bounces back quickly if we must achieve the Zero Hunger Sustainable Development Goal by the year 2030. In the race towards actualizing this important mandate, one bank takes the lead.
As an institution, we need to be where our customers are, and it is clear to us that our customers interact with agriculture in one form or the other. You are aware that a significant part of the Nigerian labor force are engaged in agriculture, and to that extent, therefore, if you want to be a retail institution, then you need to be there.
Animal Care's relationship with Sterling Bank dates as far back as 1989. Advice and also credit facilities. And we've really grown and expanded our operations in Kano, Asaba, and Ogun State, and we've all benefited from these facilities directly and indirectly. And I'm glad about the understanding that they have about the agric sector.
Sterling Bank is increasingly a specialized operator, and agriculture is one of our areas of interest. Over the last 10 years, we've applied for like 10% of our loans to agriculture. I think it's the biggest of any bank operating in Nigeria.
Shawla commenced as a greenfield operation, so it was very encouraging for us to find a financial partners at the time that believed in our vision and what we're trying to achieve, even at pre-revenue stage. Sterling Bank supported us with one of the CBN intervention funds at single-digit interest rate with moratorium on principal repayment, and that really helped us at the beginning because we could focus on operational needs without much thought on debt repayment obligations. They're also now assisting us with working capital financing to bridge the gap between cash conversion cycle. With this support, Shawla has evolved from a made business plan to a fast-growing aquaculture and fish processor in the West African region.
Sterling Bank has dedicated about 10% of its loan book to the agric sector, and this has been done over the last 8 years. In addition to doing that, we've also set up a farmers radio, which is a Pan-African platform to reach stakeholders, both farmers and other stakeholders within the sector, passing information across to various stakeholders that would impact on their business.
for me, the big thing was that when the dream was on, somebody believed in that dream, and that is Sterling Bank. And they have really helped to make sure this dream comes to reality.
However, it is not enough to provide financing alone if we must build a sustainable Nigerian economy of the future. Policy formulation and collaboration between sector players is key, and the Agric Summit Africa provides a platform with the most experienced hands. A revolution begins when like minds collaborate, and for 2 years, we have been preparing the farmers for this revolution while equipping them to exploit the trillion-dollar economy that they are a major part of. The good news is that farmers do not need to struggle to gain access to industry players and leaders. The annual Agric Summit hosts the best of the best from the government, experts, investors, and financiers within the agricultural value chain. While we still can, let's fast forward agriculture and exploit this revolution that has just begun. Welcome to the Agric Summit 2020.
We will be taking the keynote address from Dr. Kwame Atakra, Director, Advocacy and Country Alignment Function, ACAF, IITA, DG's office. Dr. Atakra, I'm sure you're with us online. Good. So let us switch over to Dr. Atakra for the keynote address, please.
Thank you very much. First, let me make a major correction. My name is not Kwame. My name is Kwesi Atakra. And as was rightly said, I am with IITA. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen even before I get into it. Whilst I share the screen, I would like to thank Sterling Bank for this wonderful initiative that they have taken up. It is good to see that there is a bank in Nigeria that is giving so much priority to agriculture and really committing 10% of their loans in support of agriculture. I would actually challenge Sterling Bank to go beyond that by identifying some specific partnership and collaboration areas which will show a direct engagement in some projects aimed at achieving stronger partnership between private sector and technical organizations and governments for realization of food security in the country and in Africa. I hope my screen is very visible to all of you. We all know what the overall theme for this summit is, but I have chosen to speak on the title, Unleashing the Potential of Agriculture for National Development in Africa. And to do that, I will be covering a few issues, a very brief introduction, because we have had a lot of issues in relation to that. Then I will go directly into the issue, the unleashing the potential. And there I will make the point that underpinning that is research, innovation, and policy. And I will be using some specific cases from IITA as example. And then I will introduce you to a program that you heard a little bit about yesterday from Dr. Martin Frejena of the Africa Development Bank. This is the Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation. And this presentation will not be complete without some focus on the youth potential. You would see that private sector has not been mentioned in any of these elements, but throughout the presentation, you would find private sector as a cross-cutting key element across the various sectors that I will be dealing with. As is my style, I always like to begin from the conclusions. If anything happens and this presentation doesn't go on, at least you can have some take-home conclusions that I want to share. My first point is that agriculture is going nowhere without private sector active engagement. If we are serious about agricultural transformation for our continent, we really need to be serious about the role of the private sector in that regard. Secondly, African countries need to invest more into agriculture. The current level is unacceptable. We know there is progress being made, but really a lot more is needed in terms of investment, and that issue will be addressed. Thirdly, research and innovation underpins agricultural transformation for unleashing this potential. So once again, research and innovation is critical, and we have to be sure how that is being supported in our respective countries. Fourthly, strategic multi-sector partnerships are needed for agricultural transformation and their alignment to country strategic goals. We don't just want research to be sitting in a corner. We want to make sure there is multi-sector partnership engagement as we work together in agricultural transformation. Fifthly, youth engagement in agriculture or agribusiness, entrepreneurship is crucial, especially moving forward. And my final conclusion point is that research alone is not enough. We need a two-wings approach. And one arm of the wing is research for development. The other arm is partnerships for delivery. And we will hear a little bit about what these two arms entail as we move on. So beginning with introduction, agriculture and Africa are intertwined. This can be seen both from a cultural heritage dimension. We've grown up to be, peasant farmers and looking at food security, but very much from a subsistence point of view. And yet we know that agriculture employs between 60 and 70% of the workforce. And it's also a major contributor to GDP in most countries, targeting around 60 to 70% in some countries. Productivity, however, needs to increase by 100% heading towards 2025. Now, that is a very big ask. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic kicked in, we were already beginning to grapple with food and nutrition insecurity. Some of it is from our own mismanagement of the situation, but some of it is for causes that we could not control. The West locust invasion in 100 years has been with us, covering both East Africa, West Africa. The effect of the fall armyworm infestations has been massive. We know of the droughts, we know of Cyclone Idai. In Nigeria, particularly the farmer-herdsman conflicts, and in other parts of West Africa, and I believe other areas. All these are things that have made it difficult for our farmers to be able to be productive. It is estimated that 72 million people were already food insecure, even before COVID kicked in. So now with COVID, there are threats that we need to find a way of addressing. Just to give you a bit of information in here, if we look at the top left-hand corner, which is showing the gap between employment and income. If we look at this, for instance, in Africa, we find about 61% of total employment is linked to agriculture. Our contribution to GDP is about 25%. This is cutting across the continent. It's amazing when I look at the case of China, which is in the end here, where 3% of total employment is linked to agriculture, and their contribution to GDP is 10%. And you can look at other parts of the world. But even more interesting is the one below on the left, which is really looking at the yields of some of our major crops. and making comparisons with best practice yields in other parts of the world. So if we look at cassava, we are currently around 9.4 tons, metric tons per hectare, whereas the global average is about 25.4 tons. In some cases, you go to Thailand and others, people are hitting 30, 40 tons per hectare. And if you look at another one, maize here, we have 2 tons per hectare in Africa, when really we should be in the domain of 19.2 tons. If you look at, sometimes you look at milk, we can't even be seen here because we are less than 0.5 liter per animal when we should really be having 10 liters. So that basically tells you the effect of that is poverty is becoming quite widespread, and also it is leading to major importation of food. The food import bill for Africa is frightening. On a continental basis, on annual level, we import 35 billion a year. And it is projected that if we do nothing and we continue business as usual, by 2025, we will be talking about 110 billion per year. Now that is really frightening. Out of this 35 billion, let me say that 11 billion per year comes from Nigeria. Nigeria imports $11 billion per year. This is money that could have been used for creating jobs, let's say for youth. It could create jobs for 1 million youth, with each of them earning something like $1,000 per month. And yet that money is used to import food that we can cultivate and grow by ourselves. So since I mentioned the youth, let me emphasize that currently we have a youth unemployment rate of about 60%, while at the same time, if you go into any of our farming areas, the active age of farmers is over 60 years. This definitely cannot be helpful, and we have to find a way to get out of that. So it doesn't look like everything is necessarily negative. We've got to ask ourselves, what do we have in our hands? By the grace of God, we have some very useful things in our hands. The only problem is, instead of using what we have as ammunition, sometimes we make them become the Achilles heel, which causes our downfall rather than supporting us in terms of unleashing the potential that is inherent in agriculture. Now, this includes how we manage our petroleum, oil, our mineral resources, gold, diamonds, and other resources, how we take good advantage of the weather that we have, the sunshine, the rain. We don't put money value on this, but if we were to put monetary value on it, we would see just how significant they are. We've heard from various presenters yesterday on the fertile and arable land that we possess, estimated at about 200 million hectares. And currently, 60% of the unutilized arable land in the world is in Africa. And yet we are sitting down for other countries to come and actually claim portions of that territory just by giving us some peanuts and taking over land. And it looks like we are not adequately and strategically figuring out how can we use land as an ammunition to the greatness that Africa has to be. There is also the youth, a young and vibrant population. More than 60% of 1.2 billion population are under the age of 25, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. So think of a continent brimming with 840 million people, young people, full of energy, full of ideas, the youngest population in the world by 2050. There is nothing you cannot do with a population like that. But if we frustrate that population, then we are indeed preparing ourselves for calamity. So in terms of unleashing the potential, which is a core element I want to stress, it needs to begin with a transformation. And that transformation should begin with a mindset alignment or realignment. We have to move away from seeing agriculture the way we have always seen it, as a cultural activity associated with pain, with penury, with poverty. And we have to move into the domain where agriculture is really a business. Now, this shouldn't become a mantra. It shouldn't become a mantra where we just say agriculture as business. We've got to really put things on the ground to make it so that we build elements of efficiency, productivity, wealth, jobs, and a business mindset in agriculture. I believe to do that, research and innovation is going to be key as underpinning drivers. So since I'm talking about research and innovation, let me bring in my institution, the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, established in 1967, headquarters in Ibadan, Nigeria. And this is one of the CGIAR centers. In Nigeria, we have stations in several places, Ibadan, Abuja, Kano, Adamawa, One, and we have programs all around the continent. We have hubs in West Africa, East, Central, and Southern Africa. Now, we do establish strategic plans, and our current strategic plan actually ends this year. And what we had said from the beginning of that plan, 2012, was that we, as a vision of success, we want to see 11 million Africans out of poverty. We want to see 7.5 million hectares of degraded lands brought into sustainable use. We also want to see an increase in the yield of mandate staples by 60%. So these are key deliverables that we program to achieve. And it's one thing to come up with these figures. If you don't have a program for monitoring and evaluation, you will do the same business as usual. So we put in place a process for measuring progress against key performance indicators. And we charged our social science team. They have to report to the board on annual basis how this is being achieved. And I'll give you some example of that on the poverty angle of 11 million Africans as we move into other parts. Now, let me say that in IITA, one thing we have also learned, I made a point that research alone is not enough. So we have established a two-wings strategy, where on one wing, we have the research program, and on the other wing, we have the delivery program. Now, the research started right from the very beginning, whereas this partnership for delivery is only about 8 years old. So it's a young arm, but the two operate together. If you look under the research, we have themes like, the key research themes, and I'll highlight some of those shortly. We have partnerships with national agricultural research institutions and other research players. We are engaged in capacity development. We help in training master's students, PhD students. They come, you come into the continent of Africa, and it's difficult to see somebody in senior agriculture scenarios who has not had a link with IITA. And we have socioeconomic aspects and impact analysis, etc. All that is part of the research for development. Now, when we come to the partnerships for delivery, this is where we begin from the product that has come out of research. And then we ask ourselves, what are the intermediation partners that are necessary to make sure that this product goes through with private sector, with other domains, to be able to get into the targeted end users. So we have development and delivery. We have value chain development processes. We have intermediation with all these other partner groups that I have mentioned. And then we have a very interesting program called the Business Incubation Platform. Well, I'll talk a little bit about that. But this is a platform where we really are able to link with private sector in doing various things that will help to advance the cause of achieving economic development through agriculture. Mechanization is a key part, and then finally youth and agribusiness. Now at IITA, we have 6 mandate crops: cowpea, soybean, maize, bananas and plantains. Then we have yams, and we have cassava. So these are the mandate crops of IITA, but these are not the only crops that we deal with. We also have a very rich genetic resources center where we keep germplasm, genetic materials, including of orphan crops and diverse material, which is kept here, not just for Nigeria, but not even for Africa, but for the global good. This is a very key, a very, very important part, because it is the basis of crop improvement moving into the future. I mentioned the R4D, the research for development, and I said there were a number of thematic areas we handled. I list the key ones here: crop improvement, including breeding and biotechnology, plant production and plant health. And I want to underline plant health. It's very crucial. Natural resource management, that's where you really now have to look at issues of fertilization, issues of water management, issues of agronomy, and all those aspects. Social science and agribusiness, and finally, nutrition and food safety. Once again, let me underline food safety. So let me just show you the tracking that I said we have been doing in regard to the vision goals that we have set. And I'm going to use the poverty factor where we said 11 million people must be taken out of poverty. So from the beginning in 2012, we have this system where we say, okay, the target is 11.6 million, and that's the realization that we have. So you have 11.6 million people. If we are 100% successful by the end of 2020, it should come down to zero. Now, this is a very bold issue. So the first thing we had to do through our social science and economics group was to establish the methodology. How do you make that assessment? And I'm happy to say that our methodology was very well acknowledged. It's published in top scientific journals. It's used by IFAD. It's recognized by the World Bank. And that methodology alone is a key thing. So we use that methodology and we calculate where we are. And this is presented at each board meeting in November. So let me just show you where the picture is now. You can see that as of 2019, we still have 4.3 million that we have not been able to deal with. I'm sure in 2020, the figure will probably be around that same, it might even go slightly up. It means that in terms of success in achievement, we've been able to achieve about 62% of what we set out to achieve. It's not 100%, but we are very, very pleased with the level of progress that has been made in this regard. And there is a lot of evidence to show for it. One key area that I'd like to mention is the importance of seed systems. Because if you do all this breeding work and you come up with all these high climate smart materials and all that, you need to be able to have a system where you are able to produce the seed and have the seed delivered and make it available. And we're not only talking about the sexually propagated crops where we have the seed crops, but we're also talking about the clonally propagated crops. So particularly our cassava, yam, plantain, those are key. And those are areas where private sector does not engage very well. Private sector likes to engage in soybean, in seed, in maize, the seed ones, which are, so there. But here we find a very big need because of the importance of cassava, yam, plantain. We're putting a lot of emphasis in these areas. Seed systems also requires us to deal with the diseases. So whatever we are producing must be disease-free, and we need to have rapid multiplication and effective distribution. Private sector roles and collaboration is key in all these domains. One particular technology that we're very proud to highlight is what we call semi-autotrophic hydroponics, or SAP. And this is a system that is helping to revolutionize cassava production, particularly, where you can now, through this mechanism, we can produce the propagation materials, which can be used in transferring, to screenhouse or field very directly. And these are materials that are free of disease. So we're talking about really pure material. And if you look at the numbers and you compare it with the traditional setup of just waiting to get the cuttings and using that for the expansion of the domain, you can see that this is a very important area. Let me emphasize that the science behind this was developed in Argentina. But in 2016, IITA partnered in that initiative, and we have adapted it to our own cost. So we have a good outcome for cassava, and it is currently being spread in a number of states in Nigeria, as well as in a number of countries within Africa. Plant health, as I indicated earlier, is a critical area. And here I just want to emphasize the cassava mosaic and cassava brown streak diseases, which spread through vegetative propagation. Cassava mosaic is a major one. Some of you may recall in the 80s when the mealybug also came into the African context. And this mealybug was causing reduction in cassava production, and through the control mechanisms, the biological control mechanisms that IITA worked on, we were able to reduce losses by 90%. And a lot of analysis that was done actually estimates that in terms of economic gain, this was equivalent to about $29 billion in crop recovery coming out of that. So virus-free plants are very important, and this is a key domain of work. The cassava brown streak is very, very damaging. This is what you see. Once it attacks a field, you can harvest something, but you break the thing and everything is there. So you're completely inedible, and this is causing a lot of economic damage to our farmers and to society. Another interesting pest or disease that I will talk about is from the fungal side, and this is the soybean rust, which results in premature defoliation. So you may have a crop like this, but then you begin to sense browning at the tips of some of the leaves. If you follow that field after 7 days, this is what you see. And it's very fast, it moves very fast. Another 1 week, and this is what you get. And then in a short while, not even up to 1 week, you go in there and this is the same field, the same location. So you will have 60 to 80% grain yield loss. And even if you are able to achieve some grain, you will find that the seed size is drastically reduced because the leaves drop before the seeds are filled fully. And that causes a lot of loss in yield. And so IITA has done very successful research where we have produced materials that are resistant to this and therefore helping to cause this situation to be dealt with. I mentioned the importance of food safety. And here I would like to highlight the case of aflatoxin. Aflatoxins in food and feed are pervasive in Africa. Once again, biological control in conjunction with other management practices have been shown to dramatically reduce aflatoxin contamination. And through the research done by IITA and partners, we have developed a product that we call AflaSafe that is capable of controlling this aflatoxin. Now, if you want to remember the damage that aflatoxin can do, just cast your mind back to the 60s and the early 70s when we used to see pyramids of groundnuts in northern Nigeria, which was a major export commodity. And you can see by the end of 1970, getting to the 1980s, that became zero. And the cause was aflatoxin. You know, once aflatoxin is in the product, whether it is maize, whether it is granite, you cannot export it anywhere. You know, you take it in and the levels are completely unacceptable. So it's a very important pest or disease situation, a poison that we need to deal with. Now, let me at this point bring in the business incubation platform. I mentioned the business incubation platform as a facility that is set up in IITA as part of the delivery arm of our business. And the purpose of this platform is to translate relevant findings from research into commercially viable products, and also to be a strong platform for linking with private sector and also with public sector. And one of the products they have worked on is this AflaSafe. So through some funding provided by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, IITA has a facility that is established at Ibadan, and we just wanted to show that it can be done. And it can be done not just as a research product, because research is finished. What is happening here is a private sector procedure. And we link up with private sector and we show the effectiveness of the product, you know, by working directly with farming groups. And the reduction in corn ranges from 80 to 90%, while the reduction for peanuts, groundnuts, is between 96% and 98%. So the product actually completely does away with this aflatoxin element. And it's not only been done in Nigeria. We have facilities being established in other countries. There is a program initiative called the AflaSafe Technology Transfer and Commercialization Project, ATTC, and that is supported by a range of donors here, Bill and Melinda Gates, USAID, Chemonix, Dalberg, and the IITA BIP, and it is covering various countries. And a number of these countries have established their own facilities for producing AflaSafe. Because if your population is dying by eating maize, which is infested, it is important that you find a solution. And this clearly is a solution. Since we work with private sector in situations like this, we have to sign technology transfer and licensing agreements. And we do that with all these private sector parties from various countries who want to take it up as part of their business. Another product from the business incubation platform is a legume inoculant for soybean, which is called Nodumax. I wouldn't go into detail because of time, but at this point, let me bring in this project called Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation. This is an initiative of the African Development Bank, and it is part of the Feed Africa. Actually, this is the main instrument for the achievement of the Feed Africa targets of the Africa Development Bank. And this is the kind of thing that I want to challenge Sterling Bank, that it doesn't have to be at the same scale as this, but they can focus on a number of states in Nigeria, identify some critical partnership areas, and see how they can also trigger some of such developments. I must also mention here that supporting for the TAT is not only from the Africa Development Bank, it's from Africa Development Bank, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and it is also from various country partners. A number of countries where this program is built are also seen as partners. And implementation is led by IITA with partners from CGIAR centers and non-CGIAR centers, private sector, and development organizations in a number of countries. I want to show you some examples of what we call the commodity compacts. So if I take the cassava compact, for instance, you'll see here, they produce a number of technology and innovation combinations which are being deployed in various countries, improved varieties, nutrient-dense varieties, rapid cassava multiplication. This is the SA that we talked about earlier. Mechanized production, modern processing, mechanized drying, and I would also want to talk about this mobile processing system for rural areas, helping to bring about processing. And just to show you what it looks like. So this is an adapted track in which all the gadgets for processing cassava are in there. So this truck drives into a rural area where there is a group of farmers. And the idea is that processing can be done on the field before you don't have to carry the bulk of the cassava tubers, 80% of which is just water. So with this processing, we have done a lot of analysis, and it is very, 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 very profitable. If you look at the link here, you would see there is a video which explains a little bit more. We don't have time to do it. It's just about 5-6 minutes, but I hope you can get that. If you take a shot on it, you can open into that. It's a Google Drive video, and you can see exactly how this takes place. Another commodity that I would like to highlight is wheat, because in Africa we import so much wheat because of bread. And I think this was also mentioned by Martin Fregene yesterday, the work with wheat, which is led by ICADA, with a vast network of public seed enterprises, private seed companies. Through this, we're scaling the deployment of transformational heat and drought-tolerant varieties in 7 target countries: Sudan, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Kenya, and Mali. This is a major success program of TAT, which is very, very well appreciated in the countries where it's taking place. Finally, let me also talk about the aquaculture. Oh. Sorry about that. Okay, so just to look at aquaculture. So TAT is not only dealing with the crop side. We have livestock, especially small ruminants and poultry, and we also have aquaculture. And this slide is basically to highlight some of the major impacts, or the impacts that have been realized from the work in aquaculture, which is becoming very, very attractive, particularly for the youth. In each of the aquaculture domains, you will find youth very much into it. So the final element to talk about briefly is the youth employment. If you look at this left picture, you would think it's a major football match between Liverpool and the Green Eagles. But this was in 2014, for those of you who remember, when the Nigeria Immigration Service opened a call for employing young people, and they had places for 5,000, and they ended up with applicants, 65,000 applicants rushed into the Abuja Stadium with a capacity of 60,000. And in the end, we know 10 people died and hundreds were injured. Similar calamity happened in other centers. In Jos, 16 people were killed in the same sort of framework. And you can see the picture on the left side, how people are filling their forms and giving it to an immigration officer, and it was really, crisis. So this just demonstrates what can happen if our youth scenario, youth employment, is not adequately dealt with. And IITA decided to take a big step in that. We have initiated from 2012, we've been building a program. The first one we started in was the IITA Youth Agripreneurs, or what we call the EYA program. You can Google it up with support from IFAD, Africa Development Bank, and other partners. Currently, we are involved in an initiative of the MasterCard Foundation called Young Africa Works, and we are very proud to be partnering with MasterCard in that initiative. We have another bold youth initiative called the Enabled Youth, which is an initiative also in partnering with the Africa Development Bank. And just last year, we started a very young program for very young people. This is called Start Them Early Program, STEP. And this is aimed at children in primary and secondary schools to begin to change their minds about agriculture, to bring in this agribusiness dimension into their thinking and give them some excitement what agriculture can do in their lives. And this is in partnership with IDRC, CTA, and other domains. It's a program that is growing. Recently, the Oyo State government committed about $1.2 million to really strengthen that component of the work for Oyo State. Similar discussions are going on with Ogun State, and they want to use that as part of their agriculture strategy moving forward. So the Enabled Youth Program is also spread through a number of countries, and you can see some of these countries on the map. Time will not allow us to go through it. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I have been speaking rather fast, so probably you may not have captured everything, but let me go back to my conclusions, which I started with. And just to repeat them again, agriculture is going nowhere without private sector active engagement. So we really need to find how we can strengthen this partnership with private sector. Some initiatives are started by private sector, but we need to see how we can work together with the private sector. We want the private sector to also be engaged in trying to look at how to build these strategic partnerships. African countries need to invest more. The CARDEC, the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, in 2003, they came up with the declaration that every country should spend at least 10% of their budget on agriculture. As at last year, when the biennial review was looked at, very few countries are reaching that. Nigeria currently is about, I think, 3.4% or something like that. So clearly there is a lot more needed to make sure that agriculture is receiving the support. Research and innovation underpins agricultural transformation. We want to make a call for national agriculture research institutions to be supported, not just in terms of salaries of the scientists, but in terms of having the resources to do the research. And we want these research institutions to also be challenged that they don't just do research for the sake of research. They have to make sure the research they are doing is aligned to the strategic goals of government, and they must be held accountable to deliver in that regard. So that's a huge potential we have that is not adequately utilized. Strategic multi-sector partnerships are key. I have mentioned the importance of that, especially linking private sector. Youth engagement in agriculture business is also crucial. And finally, that research alone is not enough, and we need a two-wings approach, as I have tried to. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll bring my presentation to an end, to a close here, but I hope I have adequately dealt with how we can unleash the power that is inherent in agriculture for national development in Africa. Thank you very much. It seems you are muted. If somebody is speaking, he is muted because I can't hear anything. It seems you are muted if any of the studios are speaking.
Accra for Kwesi Accra for that very without a doubt, research for development is critical to agricultural increased agricultural productivity, as well as extension of shelf life into processing, and indeed is at the core of industrialization. We understand the critical role that IITA is playing in that framework right across of Africa, and this has been well highlighted. I see that the first session for this morning is already gaining momentum, but very quickly, I want to ask you, Dr. Atakra, when it comes to offtake of research, I think you mentioned that point when you were indicating that private sector really doesn't engage, as it relates to specific crop value chains. But the thing is that the private sector actually goes where the business is. And so the question would then be, how are we working to engage the private sector to get information as to what really, are the core areas of their interest? And in that regard, what modalities has IITA put in place, and what partners are you working with?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a very important question. I kept emphasizing private sector because I know at this meeting we have quite a rich group of private sector. But basically, when I talk, I mentioned the intermediation partners. The intermediation partners includes all the organizations that are established within the country. In the case of Nigeria, for instance, it includes the ADPs, the Agricultural Development Programs. We also have the extension programs that are there. We also have a number of farmer groups that are working on particular commodity domains. Sorry, the line went off. I hope you can still hear me.
We lost you for a bit.
Okay, all right. So I was basically saying it's very important that we make sure that we have a very strong alignment with the government. And we've been doing that very strategically. There are a number of state governments that we have been engaging with very directly. I mentioned as examples the Oyo state government, the Ogun state government, where we are working on various domains. We have a project in Adamawa where we are working and linking up with the government structure, but also looking at the development organizations especially the multilateral banks that are supporting agriculture in the different states. So you have IFAD, you have the World Bank, you have the Africa Development Bank, and sometimes they give loans to governments. And we position ourselves to be able to support governments to accomplish what has been agreed in terms of realizing the goals that were set up in this. Capacity development for extension, as well as service providers, have also established in that region. What do you Abuja students?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwesi. You've rightly mentioned the fact that collaboration across board is super critical. I'm thinking also, I mean, I have in the studio here a critical player in this space as it relates to the private sector, Olam. And, you know, he basically just smiled when you said that they're not engaging in specific crops. And he said, look, it's where my money is going to return to me that I have to run to, you know. So you've made that point very clear, and we appreciate it. Going beyond that, the question will be, how can we mainstream all the energies, all right, in terms of partnership now across board, national, subnational, and indeed multinational or multilateral engagements. I'm looking at the setting and I'm really not seeing a melting pot, you know, where we can really all direct our efforts and properly, you know, this sectoral profit. So when I'm introducing the next panel, it will still be the core of my concern. But I think you can still shed a bit of light on it, Dr. Kwesi.
Yeah. No, I think this is very, very important because there are so many players in the market, and oftentimes there is a lack of coordination. Oftentimes, you know, there's a lack of coordination. You have different groups doing different things, and somehow it doesn't all come together. So at the end of a period, it's very difficult for the government even to appreciate what has been the result that has come from all these initiatives. So there is a very important urgency for a structure to be put in place, a structure that enables some coordination across these various initiatives. I know that in the case of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, there is this program they call PMU, the Projects Management Unit, which takes on a responsibility for trying to organize and manage all the initiatives, especially donor-funded initiatives operating in the country. Some effort is being made, but a lot more is required. In the context of Nigeria, there is also ARCN, the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria. A unit such as this must be supported, you know, to be able to work with the research institutions in the country to make sure that there is some coordination across countries focused on different priority domains of the country, you know, so that there has to be a way in which, even if we have 10 players focused in a particular state, we have to identify what are the critical goals. And I know in the case of Nigeria, if you look at the agriculture promotion policy, it makes it very clear that there are 4 key areas: food security, import substitution, youth, job creation, not just youth, but job creation, and finally, economic diversification. So if you take any one of these 4 elements, we need to be able to ensure that operations on the ground are aligned to these major goals. And there has to be a mechanism where we would be able to have indicators that are established that helps us to make sure that we are producing content that addresses some of these issues. So I want to agree with you that there are so many efforts, and sometimes it's very difficult, but I think the beginning is coordination. Have a coordination mechanism, not to cripple anybody, but just to create opportunity for alignment to specific strategic goals within our respective states and countries.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Going forward, we will take that to heart and we'll be engaging with you in this coming. So at this juncture, I will pause for a bit of advertorials, and then I'll introduce the next session.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the panel on public-private partnerships, which promises to be a insightful and engaging panel by the caliber of panelists we have for today. We're joined by the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, representing Dr. Muazu Abdulkadri. We're also joined by the Vice President, Corporate and Government Relations, OLAM, Mr. Ade Adefeko, who's in the Abuja studio. We're joined by the MD of TOG Capital Partners, Mr. Jude Uzowanne. And finally, I'm not sure whether Yunus is in. We'll be joined by Yunus Asafa, Director, Agribusiness, USAID, East Africa Trade and Investment Hub. You're welcome, distinguished panel, ladies and gentlemen. I think that we need to give a significant round of applause again to our keynote speaker. I think he raised very salient issues, and we kind of ended the Q&A session with this question of the strategic partnerships required for managing and delivering agriculture, that skills. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is, by an African consensus, the key for transforming inclusive growth. This is the AU's position. 35% or 70% of our working age youth are under 35 and need to be put to work. 75% of that is predominantly happening in agriculture. So agriculture has a job creation imperative. However, across the continent and here in Nigeria, post-harvest losses remain significantly large. Today, Africa produces 130% of its food needs, but it loses 60% of that to post-harvest losses. We are making a stupendous investment in food importation in Africa. We're doing about $35 billion per annum in food importation, foods that we can produce here. And Nigeria may be doing about $10 billion of that. Hence, the big push from the Central Bank of Nigeria to support self-sufficiency in foods in country. The second important point to note as we go into the panel is that the continent long-term agenda for agriculture aims to eliminate hunger and food security. And as we think of starting the revolution in agriculture, some of the big agendas that Africa has committed to is to consolidate on African agriculture and agribusinesses and to scale up value addition. A key goal for the Africa Agenda 2063 is to eliminate the use of hoes and utensils by 2025, to eliminate hunger and food security, to reduce imports of food that we produce and we have comparative advantage in, and to develop affirmative action policies and advocacy to ensure we increase the participation of women. Women constitute 65% of smallholder farmers across the continent and in Nigeria. However, they are the most excluded groups when it comes to access to inputs, access to essential services, and access to credit. Lastly, when we look at agriculture from a Nigerian point of view, almost since independence, agriculture has featured as a key pillar of the economic transformation model of the country. However, this focus has not translated into the results we want, largely due to a shift in the 70s and 80s to dependence on oil. We saw the contribution of GDP from agriculture drop significantly to where we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, the key questions for the panel today, therefore, is how do we transform agriculture in Nigeria, leveraging lessons from around the continent and home, to be able to transform value systems, input systems, food supply chain systems, storage, market infrastructure, to tackle the binding constraints of where we are today. Nigeria has 84 million hectares of arable land, and we cultivate, on the average, half of that potential today. Fertilization per hectare remains very low, 7 to 8 grams per hectare, for a country that needs about 370 to 400 grams per hectare. Access to high-yield seeds remains low because of low investment in research and in research to market scaling, like our keynote presenter has pointed to, 2% access to high-yield seeds. Post-harvest losses, like I pointed out, remain very high, approximately 60%. Our food supply deficit means we're spending foreign exchange we do not have on importation, approximately around $10 to $15 billion year on year. What this means is that we are far from where we need to be in terms of the gaps we need to close in land security, water security, soil security, and market security for our people. Most smallholder farmers are farming on less than 0.2 hectares, which means that the capacity to be bankable and profitable based on the outputs, based on the yield, and based on the level of post-harvest losses is simply impossible. Today, Nigeria has 20% of its population food insecure. This then sets broad imperatives for the types of partnerships that are required. These partnerships are not linear. They're not just between public and private sector. Like the keynote speaker mentioned, they're between public sector, private sector. Within public sector, they're between federal, state, and local government. In private sector, they're between big corporate players, intermediaries, and small, micro, medium-scale enterprises. The complexities of this relationship can be further deepened by the role of development partners and interveners in the space. So it is within this complex set of relationships that my panel will discuss how do we forge the kinds of partnerships that transform agriculture. So let's get started. I'll begin by inviting the representative of the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development to make an opening intervention as to the role of government in agribusiness policy and infrastructure development. Permanent secretary, sir. Can we unmute the permanent secretary, please? Or representative of the permanent secretary.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate, sorry that I logged in a little bit late. I was just drafted in so that I sit in for the permanent secretary who is engaged in another assignment. My name is Dr. Babandi. I'm the Director of Agribusiness and the Market Development in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panelists. I have gotten to know the theme of today's webinar and the role that we are supposed to play, the questions that we are supposed to address. I think I joined when Dr. Kwesi was talking, and I was able to pick some of the things that he has said in line with what is needed to be done, including support and linkage with research institutions and technology and innovations. And I think that is really very good. I don't know whether I'm being heard.
Yes, we can hear you, go on.
Very much. Well, I think first and foremost, in designing our policies and programs for promoting investments in agriculture, we must pay significant attention to the entire agricultural value chain, which all we know is to cover the production side, value addition, quality, standard, and of course, market and marketing infrastructure, so that we can deliver the agricultural products that are suitable for humans, for animals, and for our agro industries to strive. And I think that is where the main focus will be. I like the comment by Dr. Kwesi when he said that, not to Dr. Kwesi, somebody was asking Dr. Kwesi that investors go where the business is, where the money is. So the role of government is actually to facilitate such that we have some hubs, some guarantee where our investors will be comfortable to come and put their own money. What I mean by investors, including government itself, is also an investor. But first and foremost, I think there are certain drivers or strategies, if you like, or key questions that we must try to address if we are to attract investment into agriculture. First is, what is the amount of investment needed to achieve acceptable levels of agricultural growth in our country and in sub-Saharan Africa in general? Then the next question to ask would be, who is going to make the required investments? Where are the people? Who are they? Where are they located? Where are the needed and the required resources going to come from? We need to make our financial institutions comfortable to support and give credit and loans for agriculture. The next is, what are the policy options that must be put in place to ensure that the resources go to the appropriate segments of the agricultural value chain? Government had been making a lot of investments in agriculture, but the question to ask is, are these investments going to the right segments of the commodity value chains so that we are focused and we are targeted, and it's being utilized for the intention that is meant to address? Then the question that I think most investors would want to hear is, what are the policy options for guiding and protecting these investments to enhance and ensure sustainability and the return on investment by those people that are making these investments? I think these are pertinent questions that we must answer if we are to move forward. I think government has already put in place a lot of measures, because the role of government specifically would be, and it is, formulation and execution of policies and development plans. And the government has put in place a lot of policies out there, and people have known. But the implementation of those policies, I think, is where the issue is. Nigeria is not in lack of adequate, appropriate policies that need to be implemented. However, we, the players, including the private sector, we need to come and work together. And again, that is what Dr. Kwesi, that I have listened, said. We need to synergize. Government, private sector, we need to come together if we are to succeed. Now, another role of government is the provision of basic infrastructure, including roads, electricity, technology support, and so on. And government is doing that. Again, is it being harnessed? Is it being utilized? Or are we just waiting for government to do everything? I think I'm not saying or protecting government, but we need to create this synergy, important synergy between government, private sector, and the investors. Government has set up a lot of schemes, programs, bodies, and organs, which are meant to aid and support the development of agriculture and agribusiness. The question again is, how do we operationalize these organs, schemes, and programs? And I think we need to fix the broken value chains in agriculture, which I think some people have made the question. And then to this end, as it is witnessed, government has put in place a lot of initiatives to support that. The likes of the National Bank of Agriculture, even the IITA that Dr. Kwesi is situated here in Nigeria. So all of these initiatives we must harness and sit down together and find simple and implementable plans and programs. We may have to start and focus on certain issues. And these issues will include what must be done first, what comes next, and then the following activities that need to be done. If we want to put and do everything at the same time, we may not be able to deliver on the set out objectives and this. If we rely only on government to do everything also, I think we might not be able to. Government is catalytic. Government is supporting, and it will continue to support. We have a lot of plans. Government is investing about 600 billion to support agriculture. 600 billion. The Minister of Agriculture had been mentioning this. But is the money that will do and deliver, or it is we that will use the resources so that we can achieve the set out objectives of what government wants to achieve, the support that government needs to give to the people who are the real farmers that need it. We need to isolate and sieve out those people that require these resources and how we intend to take these resources down to the people that really, really need them. And we have to monitor the judicial utilization for these resources for the areas and in the areas that they are meant to address. For now, I think this is what I want to submit so that I can trigger and stimulate certain discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative of Permanent Secretary. So some of the key issues that you've raised is the role of government as a facilitator and the need for government to put in place a framework that allows for entry points for private sector investors. You asked some key questions. What's the amount needed? Who are the investors? Where should the money go? I'll come back to you on some of that because those are policy imperatives. But let's switch over to the private sector. Let me bring on Mr. Ade Adefeko of Olam. And Ade, you were listening to the representative of the federal government. As a private sector player who has made a significant investment in agriculture in Nigeria across many states, how do you see the question of how policy should be designed for partnerships to happen and for the investments to come?
some issues which are critical. And don't forget, we're discussing today the role of the private sector. So public-private partnership, very important. But, the last speaker, or the keynote speaker, alluded to the fact that there should be some priority crops. But who determines which crops are priority? An investor takes a cue. He does his feasibility, he looks at the market, and he says, what does the market want? It's what the market wants that the investor invests in or goes into as a first step. So it's very important collaboration-wise. I mean, look at Olam, for example. Olam started here 31 years ago, okay? 31 years ago, we invested over $2 billion into this economy. So a few acquisitions here and there. But what is critical is he spoke to something, and the earlier keynote speaker spoke to something as well, talking about government's role. Government should just be an enabler, okay, in terms of policy. Let the private sector drive growth, okay? And that's what should be happening, and that's what's happening in many climes. Let me give you a quick example, okay? First of all, let me just give you a quick background into what we're doing in Nigeria, just before I go into what Olam is doing in other African countries and which Nigeria can take a cue from. I mean, we've invested, 2011, for example, we started our investment in rice in Nasarawa. Rice farm and rice mill, over 10,000 hectares. So you don't put the cart before the horse. Everybody's talking these days about rice mills. Yes. Where do you take, is the output or the input from the farmers or from the paddy fields that you put into the rice mill, okay, which gives you the final product. So it's important to have both side by side. And where you don't want to place side by side, have someone who is supplying you that and somebody who's coming up with the final product. That's on the one hand. 2011, we started that. We're arguably the largest rice investor in Nigeria, okay? So that's on the one hand. Look at animal feed and poultry. There was a need to support farmers or to invest in animal feed and poultry without having to import from across the borders. So an investment decision was made in 2017 in Kaduna and Ilorin. Kaduna was for animal feed and poultry. Ilorin was for aquaculture, fish feed. And so far, so good, okay? Look at that. Talking about the area of flour, pasta and the likes. Same thing, a few acquisitions here and there. Crown Flour Mills were acquired. Boa Pasta and Flour were acquired. I'm sure recently in the news, you know that we acquired Dangote Flour as well. For us, it's important to make sure that those critical areas where you see that, where you require critical investment, you put in that investment. But what government should always allow is to make sure that that policy framework, we don't have flip-flops. What we usually have is that we have flip-flops and we have policies based on electoral cycles. But in the last couple of weeks, don't forget that we're on the ERGP prior to now, where government has come up with a new policy, which is striving to, make sure that we have a development plan that speaks to all sectors. So, and fortunately, I happen to belong to the Agricultural Food Security and Rural Development Working Group. And that's a first start, where government says, you know what, you are private sector players, let's have your input. Very critical. So we cannot continue business as usual. Agriculture is a business. We shouldn't go on that level of subsistence. Look at what we're doing in Gabon, for example. We have a company that is responsible for logistics and infrastructure. Built an airport in Gabon, a port in Gabon. So why can't that be replicated here in Nigeria if the enabling environment is provided? We're trying to export from the Lagos ports. You know how long it takes to move your goods, even from around Lagos, from Apapa to the port. I mean, we've been on this for a very, very long time. Your importers are waiting on your produce, and at some point in time, you start telling them, you know what, we have some issues with our ports, logistics, and all that. I mean, in this day and age, I don't think that's good enough. So the role of the private sector is critical, but private sector, you have to understand that capital is mobile. Capital is mobile, money has no color. Collaborations are important. There must be a nexus between, government and private sector. So what we're talking about is public-private sector partnerships, but partnerships that work. Let me leave it here, and I'll flow from other speakers.
Industry Olam's investment in Nigeria, because I think that it's important for people to get a sense of the kind of money and resources that private sector is putting in agriculture already. You raised some important points about signaling, that policy sequenced and coordinated in such a way as to signal to the private sector that there will be no flip-flops, that there will be no somersaults. You pointed to the fact that the beginning of public-private partnerships is a dialogue. We need to kind of sit down together and talk more. And I like the fact that you noted that money has no color. Money also has no tribe and country. I like to say to people that at the end, capital goes where capital is comfortable. And there are factors you must put in place to make capital comfortable coming to Nigeria and coming to agriculture. And talking about capital, we're going to the right person, Jude. On matters of capital, you run a investment and financial advisory institution. Help us with this. And I think the keynote speaker alluded to it. We targeted that 10% of commercial lending will go to agriculture. We've been dancing somewhere between 4 to 5%. We've not been able to hit 10%. We have to celebrate the banks that have risen towards 10%, that hit 10%. Sterling is one of them, and we really celebrate Sterling for putting agriculture front and center. But what are the challenges? I mean, when we speak to our partners in the financial sector about why they cannot achieve the 10% commercial lending, the question of risk, agriculture being one of the most risky sectors, comes into play. So maybe I should leave you to help us fuse those conversations together. What should be the future structure of partnerships for capital? Because my sense, or at least the sense of the conversation since yesterday, is that there are different types of capital required. You need tier one capital, that is kind of the development finance, microcredit, startup capital, grants, etc. You need this tier two capital that the banks can produce, and you need this tier three capital that deals with reinvestment, risk-sharing types facility as a rest. What should be the partnership of all these different types of capital in a public-private partnership? And how much of the investment should come as government intervention? The representative of the federal government just made a big point. The government is spending a lot of money on agriculture. So if you were to create an ideal financial public-private partnership model, Jude, what does it look like?
So thank you very much. I think I'm in a strange way. I agree with a number of the points that my co-panelists have made. But I think one of the important issues to note is precisely as you pointed out, we operate in an ecosystem when it comes to agriculture. And when pieces of that ecosystem are not functional, essentially the machinery will not deliver the outcomes you're looking for. It's quite straightforward. So by virtue of having helped design and set up NERSO and sat on the government side, convinced the banks to come along with NERSO, and I have to, like you, thank Bukola Wosoya, the head of Agric at NERSO. She was my very first client at NERSO in terms of selling the first credit guarantee to in the market. So Sterling always has a special place in my heart for the willingness to take risk. But I think so, and then also convincing operators like Olam, smallholder farmers across the country, etc., to all come to the table. We learned an important lesson, which is similar to the point made by the representative of the Permanent Secretary to FMAD. As government, sometimes we really don't have to put money on the table. What we have to do is essentially the signaling and to convince people that we will stand by our word, which is, here's the policy agenda. It's not going to shift irrespective of who is running the country. And that was actually the design intent of NERSO. And for that, I have to thank my old boss, Governor Lamido Sanusi, for his confidence in helping create NERSOL, as well as the Bankers Committee. That was the mindset when NERSOL was created, and we got incredible support from President Goodluck Jonathan, who signed the authorization to create NERSOL, because nothing like that had been done under the auspices of the CBN Act in the past. But at the end of the day, in spite of the institutional innovation, one of the things that we end up kind of doing that ends up sabotaging that is the desire to sloganeer, is how I would term it. And I can point to you a whole chain of slogans from 2013 till today, the most recent being the sloganeering around who has access to foreign exchange to import maize. That comes from President Buhari, and quite frankly, I think he's wrong. With all due respect to Mr. President, you can draw a line all the way back to the former Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Adesina, when he said we were also going to ban the importation of rice in order to support rice production. So every administration in between occasionally makes this kind of grand statements, and that damages the sequencing. Because if you've gone, and by the way, the NERSOL and the central bank were also guilty of this, because we also had an internal battle regarding the level of credit guarantees. We started off at 75%, and then at one point brought it down to effectively about 5 to 10%, which basically blew up the market. So at the end of the day, no matter the design you create in terms of the functioning of the ecosystem, if you don't stick to the basic policy promises you've made, and you allow these institutions to function as designed, and you then allow private sector actors as well as public institutions to operate based on incentives and the clarity of outcomes, the system will break apart. So, if you think of one of my absolutely favorite crops, tomatoes, there's a reason we don't produce enough tomato paste in the country, and that has turned into a wonderful platform for fraud. All sorts of people coming up, making promises about producing tomato paste, etc. But the bankers and investors kind of stand back and observe them, because they recognize that some of the key issues that need to be fixed have not been fixed. So there's a lot of talk about de-risking the agricultural system. Yes, some of it has happened, and I give us credit for the progress we've made, but a lot of the hard work is still ahead of us. So, and the starting point for that hard work is, to your point, is recognizing that there are different types of capital, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, with different time horizons that need to be embraced. So if in one of the transactions I've worked on in the past, when you're trying to design a replanting transaction for the oil palm industry, depending on where you're getting your palm trees, your seedlings, it takes at least 3 to 4 years before they start fruiting. If I ask most Nigerian lenders to give me a loan for 3 to 4 years, it's not going to happen. But that means I need to go to a very different place. So the types of the capital mix has to reflect the challenges and the opportunities in the marketplace. But at the same time, it also means that folks who want to transform the system, they've got to roll up their sleeves and get out into the field. I think that's one of the lessons of Olam is, if you don't go out into the field and actually operationalize this and do the raw hard work and get rained on and, mud splashes in your face, etc., you can write the most elegant business plans you want. You can design the most wonderful financing structures, but the reality is it's in the field. That's where the money is to be made. So yes, we can make billions of dollars in agriculture. And by the way, the global economy is headed in that direction. We're wonderfully positioned to make a tremendous amount of money from agriculture, but it's where the rubber meets the road. It's people have to go work in the field. So if you look at what's happening in oil and gas today and the automotive sector, which is one of the largest consumers of oil and gas, the proclamation from the Californians in the last few days that They would require all new cars by 2035 to be electric cars. It's in scenario planning. That's what we call an early warning sign. We knew it was coming. The Chinese have gone in a similar direction, and the EU is going in a similar direction. Translation, in the next 10 to 15 years, the value of our oil will be approximating zero in terms of usage. So how do you fund the country? A few years ago, we ran an analysis for the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and the estimate was to fully fund our agriculture budget. It cost about $700 billion every year to get to all the things we need to do to truly fix the system. Everything from irrigation to access roads to lighting to hybrid seeds, etc. But that money, we concluded it could come from multiple sources only if A, we stuck to the plan, we coordinated, we sequenced appropriately, we incentivized people, and by the way, we stopped telling people what crops are the priority. Yes, the federal government may have a point of view, but exactly as my colleague said, the market will ultimately tell you what is valuable and what isn't. And this was an early argument we had with the Honorable Minister back then about cassava, which was the fufu sellers and the gari makers were signaling to us that they put the highest price on cassava from a value point of view, not necessarily the cassava chips market, which everyone wanted to export. It was a lovely idea. The high quality cassava flour was a lovely idea, but you have to follow the money based on the structure of financing you have available. So I've always said to people, if you truly want to make transformation, be prepared to take the long view. And we're talking 20, 30-year investment cycles here in terms of change. You create institutions that support that and are independent, and you let them do their jobs and don't interfere. It's privately and publicly, it's very distressing to me to basically keep hearing the Aso Rock telling the central bank what to do when it comes to agriculture, and the central bank essentially taking steps that ties the hands of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. The governor of the central bank is not the Minister of Agriculture, and as much as the central bank has committed capital, there's a very simple problem. If you cut off access to maize, you basically cut off access to the poultry industry. And the net impact will be a sharp rise in inflation. Christmas is going to be very hard this year. And that's the reality. And by the way, we've seen this movie before. It happened when we cut off rice importation. So you cannot cut off access to global markets without having the domestic market in place. And these are the kind of things that keep on preventing you from having a system that is actually functioning properly. Let me stop there.
At this point, I think it would be appropriate to allow Dr. Babandi from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to respond to some of the key issues you raised. Thereafter, I think Ade will have a bite at the cherry. Okay, so Dr. Babandi, you have.
All right. I think I'm okay now. Thank you most sincerely. The last speaker actually has spoken very, very well, and I want to really thank you for first and foremost, interference from it.
I think you could go ahead.
Jude, Ade, yeah, you can speak to it.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, Dr. Babandi, you can hear.
Okay, thank you. So I think, let me start from
yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. I want to start by commending and appreciating the last speaker. And I want to take up on one issue that is very persistent, and that's the issue of agriculture being considered as a very risky business. I think everybody feels that. But I think we are only looking at one segment of the agricultural value chain, which the high risk is involved, and which is the production aspect.
Okay.
Agriculture is more than just production. Agriculture moves ahead, and where the money is the middle segment of that value chain. Processing, value addition, value identification, and whatnot. Now, the problem we always have is that our farmers, who are the major producers, are left only with government. I don't in her.
I'm co-host. I'm co-host. Make Abuja co-host. I can't make Abuja co-host. Give them.
Technical issues we're having. Dr. Babandi, I want to apologize. I will have to, I'm told by the technical team that I'll have to focus on Jude. So let me do the best I can to engage him for now until my people are able to sort me out. So Jude, the core issue here is, I mean, financial, will I call it blended capital, all right? In a sense, is considered to be very, very important for our purposes in the agricultural space. But how can we ensure that government, you set up NESA basically, how can we ensure that government is better situated in that mix to get more value from its advancement of resources, particularly to back up, transactions in the agricultural space? Let me just throw that in while we try to sort out hygiene issues back in.
And maybe just a comment. I would, to add to what Dr. Babandi was beginning to say. He's absolutely right. Agriculture is not a very risky business, not at all. When structured properly, loan losses are quite low and returns are reasonably healthy. But the question often becomes, how do you do that structuring properly? And in our experience, it's about using the assets of government wisely. So, for example, when we wrote the memorandums or the articles of association of NERSL, it was designed explicitly to be expansive, not just to issue guarantees, but to be able to step in as a venture capital investor, as well as effectively a reserve fund partner. And what that ultimately means is you can create a system where capital is used to guarantee as well as back up the efforts of the private sector. But that's not the only answer. We should continue to encourage banks to do more, encourage private equity to do more, encourage family offices to do more, encourage high net worth investors to do more. I think part of the challenge that why capital is been a bit of a difficult issue in Nigeria is to begin with, when you look at the BOFIA Act, the Banking and Other Financial Institutions Act, its requirements in terms of loan provisioning, as well as the stringency with which it looks at agricultural lending, it basically means the banks have to come calling on you within 90 days of lending you money. So in order to ease things for essentially the financial universe, broadly speaking, the intervention also has to look at what are the rules around, loan provisioning, lending, and the degree of leeway that banks have, so that if someone from Sterling lends me money, and if that loan happens to go back, the bank does not, chase that individual loan officer, and they actually, so, I mean, given that circumstance, a lot of, loan officers are reluctant to engage the private sector. But again, all of this is driven off of the perception that agriculture is risky. So the balancing act, it will come over time, but we need to encourage the Nigerian Stock Exchange to get into the mix more aggressively. We want companies like Olam to go public in Nigeria. I love Olam, but it's one of the challenges, if I could say that to Olam, is why have you not put your company on the exchange? I commend Aliko Dangote for what he's done, but I also would like to see more of his agricultural assets on the exchange. And there are dozens of other companies like that in Nigeria, so that as you create that liquidity, as you deepen the investment choices, investors who don't want to lend directly to farmers, they will choose to buy public equities, or some of them will choose to put companies like Hello Tractors, for example, that is doing a very interesting experiment in essentially another way to mobilize capital and put it into the hands of farmers by essentially creating, machinery as a service. So there are a number of innovations like this that are all around us. And part of the role of government, and I give the Federal Ministry of Agriculture tremendous credit in allowing that innovation space to keep growing and supporting it in the ways they can, just as Sterling Bank and FCMB and others have also supported mechanization. Ultimately, the law and regulatory framework has to recognize that there isn't only one source of capital. There are multiple sources of capital, and we should not design a system that privileges one. That was one of the important takeaways from at least for me while I was at NERSOL, is it's not about taking care of just the banks. It's about writing the regulation such that anyone who meets our requirements, whether it was Islamic banking like our friends at Jaiz, or private equity type firms like Dorio Partners and Babangona, they all qualified. And so that's once you put that spirit into the system and you acknowledge that, yes, some failure will occur, but let's learn fast, fail fast, and continue to innovate. That's how we now find the sustainable answer, which we can scale.
I see Lagos is back, so I'll yield to Tayo.
So absolutely, and thanks Jude thanks Jude, thanks at the other studio for managing the downtime. But I could hear you, and it's really interesting you raised this point that agriculture is not risky; it's just opaque, right? And the key is to make agriculture more visible. It's to ensure that we can see the data. For example, I don't know how many of you joined the climate change session yesterday. Just the amount of data on climate change that is available, but that is not publicly accessible, is an issue, because right there is data that makes agriculture less risky. Data that tells you where the floods will happen, data that tells you when the floods will happen, data that predicts the weather systems that have shown for almost 2 decades to be very accurate, is one of the ways to reduce risk, right? So I think when we begin to think about risk, I like this idea, Jude, you painted. It's almost like a risk ecosystem, a collation of all the country risk factors and conditions as a way to leverage that type of information to just automatically transform what you're calling to be risky, because what you do not know is always risky. And I think that's the point about you saying you can't sit in your office and it happened, let's go. Now, if all of us cannot go, can some of us go and transform what is unknown to the known? Then what becomes known then automatically removes what you call risk, becomes a risk asset, and becomes an asset class in itself that is bankable. So I think that those are the big conversations, because yesterday, for example, if you joined the data conversation, we had almost the same conversation where the guys in AFEX were saying, look, once I know how much cassava or grains or any other primary produce is available in a warehouse, once that data is online and available and I can see it, the risk comes down. to the degree to which that data is the veracity, the reliability, and the accessibility of that data, my investment in, and the bankability of warehouse receipts transforms. So I think one of the questions with partnerships may then be, what role can the private sector play in building new asset classes that are less risky? Because if we ask our government counterparts to do it, we've been waiting for a long time. And so I guess the question is there a way the private sector can play a role in transforming the asset classes? I know institutions like NASL are also best suited to coordinate this type of transformation of assets. So for example, one key dead capital in Nigeria is land. Whilst we discuss 84 million hectares of arable land, we have to accept the fact that some of that land is forested. No smallholder farmer can transform forested land. He simply does not have the capital. Likely, his whole local government does not have the capital to transform the forested land into land ready for cultivation. These are big investments, and I think Dr. Babandi pointed out to it, that this is where government runs out of money in trying to do it alone. So can we transform land development to land development as a service, right? Mechanization as a service, post-harvest loss management as a service, because it's into ring-fenced opportunities that are now asset classes. We can bring capital. This seems to be the challenge with moving ag from where ag is to where ag needs to go. We need to create packets of bankable, investable opportunities. And just to prepare for this session, I went back and read the last 3 agriculture policies, including the current one. And I think the big question about transformation of the asset classes into bankable projects is something that either we collaborate, we agree that government cannot do it by itself, and private sector cannot do it because it would not be acceptable. We kind of need to sit down and say, right, we are transforming land development into a business, which means we're taking the perennial government intervention in mechanization out and replacing that with a combination of factors. It means that states are committing to land as collateral into a land development corporation or a land development asset management company. That land development asset management company, that becomes bankable to attract investments for mechanization. But to ask us to simply go into forested land, whereas we all know the ease of doing business in agriculture, the first risk we run into is ability to access land titles. Okay, and when you can access the land title, the next set of challenges are the social challenges, of course, with social engineering of the communities where you have that land. And all I'm sure can tell you a lot about the challenges in getting that going, right? So I think if we're discussing of tangible partnerships for transformation, it will be within these asset classes. And so maybe the thing is to go back to the representative of the ministry to say, we hear you, but what role, or how do we get going with the partnerships? What do we do? Do we create a standalone high-level forum on business and public-private conversations that relate to the asset classes and go after them? Or do we leave the government, so between the Minister of Agriculture and NIPC, to discuss how to repackage agriculture with the input from the private sector? But we need to move quickly to where the opportunities that Jude pointed to become bankable opportunities. And bankable opportunities means that the data on those opportunities meet investment grade. And I know that NASL is ring-fencing some of its projects to make them bankable and move them into the asset class format. And so we want to celebrate them for that. But it's not moving as quickly because the asset classes require land, it requires mechanization capital, it requires thinking through the human capital asset, and it requires bringing along the other types of credit and finance, in microinsurance, microcredit, etc. Because whether we like it or not, the smallholder farmer is here to stay. at least for the next decade, when we think of agriculture, we can't simply wish them away because of their number. So I think there are two fundamentals in terms of how we think about this and think about capital, is that the smallholder farmer is not going anywhere. They are here to stay for the next decade at least, right? Even if we're going to transform and transition them out, we will not do it overnight. And so whatever model we evolve has to carry them along, and that's why we applaud the model that Olam has used, and maybe I'll allow Olam to speak a bit about it. So we'll go to the federal government representative, and then we'll go back to Olam and take some comments, and then I then begin to open this up to the online audience. Dr. Baron, you have the floor.
And yes, I think we have all been saying it, and we have seen it in many fora, and this is not the last one, I believe, that agriculture is being termed as a risky business. We need to put that one to rest and start providing solutions. One, we all know that agriculture is on the concurrent list, but oftentimes, almost all the time, everybody looks at the federal government to do agriculture for them. It is the duty of the state government, it is the duty of the local governments. But when it comes to the real dealing of what to do in agriculture, everybody folds his arms and looks back and onto the Federal Ministry of Agriculture for federal government to do agriculture. We need to address that. We need to make sure that all these stakeholders know that it is their responsibility to come together to promote and move agriculture forward. We must do that. As facilitators and support the private sector, I like what Olam said. Private sector should be the driving engine of agricultural growth in Nigeria. What the role of government at both levels, federal, state, and local government, is to support, is to facilitate. Even what you said, moderator, that, okay, we pull out maybe land issues and make it like a private or standalone. It also needs only to follow the support of federal, state, and local government. For one reason, everybody knows, federal government doesn't own any land. We don't have land. The states and the local government, they have the land. Agriculture is being done in states. It is being done in the local governments. They are the custodians, the owners of the land. So federal government will only do as much to support the owners to come up and utilize what they own. And that is the role, principal role of the federal government, and that's the role that we are doing. Second, there is proliferation of activities in agriculture. Everybody stands today and says he wants to do agriculture. And I know, and again, Jude, you made a very valid point, where probably the CBN sees itself also as a co-chair or another outfit to support, to do agriculture. Support agriculture, yes, by all means, because CBN is to support all the sectors and facets of the economy of Nigeria. And agriculture is one of those sectors to be supported. But there is need for one thing. And I don't want to talk too much, but I want to just say there must be synergy, there must be collaboration, and there must be complementarity on the activities of every stakeholder. When we come together and agree that agriculture is one, there could be a lot of stakeholders, but agriculture is one. Let's come together, divide our roles and responsibilities. You do this, well, this one does this, this one does that. And we stick to that. And that is where the policy implementation will come. But when everybody pulls out a piece of agriculture and holds it to his chest, nothing will happen. We have to be one solid integral body, poised to move agriculture forward. And if we do that, this is the only solution. And you will see that all these problems and these puzzles will fall in place. The private sector is waiting. If you go to the bank and the bank doesn't know who to talk to, is it the Ministry of Agriculture, is it the state, is it the private sector, is it NISAL, is it everybody? The bank doesn't want all these uncertainties. So the risk is not in agriculture. The risk is in our inability to come together as stakeholders and movers of agriculture to say that, okay, this is what we stand for. Government, this is what we want you to do for us. Federal, state government, this is what we want you to do for us. And if we do that, believe me, all this talk, it will stop and actions will follow. Thank you very much.
So you see, it has been pushed back into the court of the private sector. The key conversation is that we're not coming together in a way that allows for the synchronicity of roles. And I think what I'm hearing from our government partners is that we need to do a better job at creating cooperation and coordination of roles, particularly where the investment interests are, so that policy can come along to support it. Because both you and Jude have alluded to the fact that money goes where money makes money sense, right? And so you said it doesn't have color. And what that means in practical terms is that you can then ask the policymaker who has done his best to prioritize what he thinks is important to the country, who you haven't spoken to or you don't plan to speak to come along and agree. So I guess the big question will then be, if you are looking at the next 5 to 10 years, okay, what should be the levels of partnership? I mean, let's start to, if we were spending the rest of our time on this call, conceptualizing a cooperation framework or a partnership framework, in your mind, what should be the number 1, number 2, number 3 elements that should be there, just from a private sector leader's point of view? And then we can go back to Jude to add to that list.
Very important. It said, we from the private sector, there's one thing we require, and we always call for clarity, certainty. Okay? Someone once alluded to something, says, in God I trust, every other thing is data. First and foremost, we need to capture data. And data is very important and critical, because with data, you can plan. When you don't have data, we have multi-sectoral data coming in, and you're not even sure which of the data to trust. So to a large extent, that is an issue. But again, you have development partners who come up with data for you to a large extent. So most times, there's a tendency to always trust development partner data because it's data without political coloration. Sometimes you have to be very careful as well. Sometimes in the mix of all this for private sector, there's a lot of political coloration. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we're talking about de-risking. We're talking about no risks in agriculture. No risks in agriculture as it were, but the agricultural ecosystem has its risks. So you need to provide, you need to de-risk that ecosystem, from where? From seed to shelf, okay? We play across those value chains, and it's very, very important that the moderator in Lagos spoke to the fact that what is private sector doing with respect to all that. For us, and I'll keep on coming back to it, we need to have policy alignment. Even all the players, there must be alignment. Right now, there's a lot of misalignment, okay? Monetary policy, fiscal policy. You ask yourself, where's the nexus? Who's in charge of what? So quickly coming back to the issue of intervention funds by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Central Bank of Nigeria comes up with intervention funds for crops they believe are the ones that, should put us in good stead. But again, I think there should be a handshake between the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Ministry of Agriculture, and all other partners. For us, for example, look at us, Olam. I mean, the CBN Anchor Borrower Program is a program which we believe in, but we have our cooperatives and the farmers we support. People usually look at the large behemoths like the likes of Olam. Yes, the likes of Olam are large behemoths, but where do we get the bulk of our produce from? It's from the smallholder farmers. And Jude said something. The smallholder farmers will be with us for the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. You know why? They are the bulk of the farmers we need. But what we just need to do is to make sure that they organize themselves properly into cooperatives. And where you can support them as a large corporate, do that. We are doing that with our farmers in Nasarawa for rice. We're doing that as well in Kaduna for animal feed. We're doing that in Ilorin. So for us, when government comes up with a policy and says, okay, we think, first of all, we scan the market and look at the opportunities. When we look at the opportunities, if somewhere along the line, there's a bit of alignment between us and what we feel the government is striving towards, we'll go into it. Look at 2011, like I spoke to. The rice conversation was becoming very political. We're wasting a lot of FX trying to bring in import rice. I mean, Olam was a major rice importer at a point. But when government said, listen, we need to start weaning ourselves off imported rice. Let's start local production. That's why we went to Nasarawa, acquired the fields, okay, and started that process. And look at where we are today. Nigeria consumes, give or take, around about 7 million tons of rice. Right now, we produce nothing less than between 3 to 4 million tons. There's still a gap of about 3 million. But you see, that gap, whether I like it or not, with local production and backward integration, we've ramped up, but we can do better. But who's going to do better? Is it the government that's going to set up rice fields? No, it's the private sector. But the government must provide that enabling environment. It is very, very, very critical. And that enabling environment you must know who you are going to. A one-stop shop. You don't go to X agency, and once you are talking with X agency, one agency comes in and says, you know what, you are talking to. I mean, for me, that's critical. Olam is owned by the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Singapore, which is you have Mitsubishi. Of course, by the time you look at governance and work ethic. So for us, these conversations are critical. We are ready. We are not looking at the challenges anymore. We're looking at the opportunities, because the opportunities abound. Let me come to this issue of maize, which Jude spoke to. See, in as much as you are trying to protect the interests of the maize farmer, you have to protect the interests of the poultry and feed industry as well. Okay? Because maize is an integral crop for poultry and poultry feed. So as much as you are trying to say, okay, let us protect the maize farmer, what are you going to look at? What are you going to do with respect to the poultry and feed mill industry? So whatever interventions that CBN came up with at that point in time was just to bridge a gap. So people need to situate things and put in context. I think it was just for a period of time, and saying that, you know what, by October, November, when the farmers, start cultivating the proceeds from their farm, then we can put that into the market. But at the point in time, we needed a kind of bridge, and that is what that provided. And who can provide? The large behemoths are the ones who can provide that, with due respect. But these same large behemoths are the ones who buy from the maize farmers anyway. So look at the cassava revolution when we had it. Everybody during the Obasanjo administration, everyone went into cassava. After a while, what happened? Cassava ceased being the sexy crop, as it were. Everybody moved out again. And you spoke to something talking about chips. The cassava farmer tells you where he gets his value. So where he gets his value is what you should concentrate on, not what you think. You're talking about import substitution. Very important. But food security is an integral part, and you must not impoverish your farmers. Your farmers are the ones that will give you that input, okay, for your desired output at the end of the day. Very critical. The private sector is ready to play, but we should make sure that we do not slogan here. We've had it from Green Revolution, Operation Feed the Nation, so you can go across administrations, very good policies on paper, but nothing gets done. And we need to walk the talk. And another thing I need to speak to, what doesn't get measured, doesn't get done. We don't measure enough. We talk about our agricultural plans or any plan, but those plans don't get measured. So when you don't get measured, you don't even know the basis. Where are you? Where were you? And where do you want to continue from? So that's a bit of a problem and challenge. Look at Cote d'Ivoire. Let me quickly give an example of cashew. Cote d'Ivoire found out that cashew, okay, they were exporting cashew raw to the likes of Vietnam, okay, and India. So what did the President Ouattara, who I think is an ex-IMF or World Bank economist, and who has a very deep interest in agriculture, he said, you know what, let us levy this cashew, so that when this cashew goes to Vietnam, okay, rather than going to Vietnam for processing, the investors back home will be able to set up okay, processing facilities to do that here rather than sending it to Japan, to Vietnam and bringing back the product. So there's what we call the cashew levy. So with that cashew levy became a disincentive for people to take raw cashew out to Vietnam or India. So that processing is now being done locally. Same ditto for cashew in Nigeria. We do cashew processing in Ilorin, for example. We do sesame processing in Shagamu. You understand me? So when people talk about the large behemoths, the large agricultural concerns, there's a limit to what we can do. We will do our bit. But you know what? We need more Olams, more Dangotes, more FMNs. More, a lot of us need to come in. But you need to make that environment very predictable for us to be able to, because you know what? We plan and we plan. There's a lot of scenario planning in these things. Our investors will say, okay, you guys want to do this. Okay, go ahead. We'll give you money for it. But when you give you money for something, and in between that, there's a policy flip-flop, and you say to yourself, but why? So if I can invest in a port in a country like Gabon, why can't I do that in Nigeria? But they will tell you that, ports is on the exclusive list. So, we need to remodel, rethink, and rejig. So I really want to support the banks that are really putting their money in agriculture. So Sterling Bank has been sterling in that. And I can speak to that and that's based on quality of leadership as well. Because, the head honcho, the person in charge of the agricultural desk understand it. So it's not you spoke to not sitting in the office and assuming somebody brings a plan to you. You need to go to the field and see what is happening there. We are supporting our farmers with microcredits. We have anchor borrowers under our program, respectively for rice, okay, for soya and all that, for animal feed. So for us, when we see a gap, we try to fill. But it's important to understand that gap cannot be filled by one company, two companies, three companies. And again, we should stop again. And this is going strictly to the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture. Let us stop demonizing foreign investors when it's convenient for us. Because foreign investors come in, bring their money, their capital, invest, and as long as they're complying with all the laid down rules and regulations of the country, do not demonize them. If Nigerian investors, the opportunity is there for Nigerian investors to put their money in. If they choose not to, who do you blame? There is a void, somebody fills in that void. What is just important is not to come, because you often hear foreign companies, Indian companies, Chinese companies. There are investors all over the world coming from different geographies, So that is what I think is critical. So for me, I think government should make sure they encourage the private sector by putting in policies that will stand the test of time. No flip-flops, no sloganeering. Let's walk the talk. Enough of all this talking. And Dr. Kra spoke about our 84 million, Nigeria's 84 million, I'm not sure whether it's you or maybe it's Dr. Duloju, 84 million hectares of arable land and what is cultivated. Less than 1/3 is cultivated, not even half. You are being generous. It's less than 1/3 is cultivated. Look at our ratio of agric extension workers to farmer. We're talking about between 1 to about 850. That's poor. We have research institutes that are coming up with all kinds of, innovations. But what happens? Nobody listens. So all you have is, you have research institutes that are giving money for what? To attend conferences in X country or Y country to study best practices. But even those best practices, the best of our practitioners are not here. They are in Kenya, they're in Ghana. So you ask yourself, what is Roots Crop Research Institute? What is the one in cocoa? Cocoa crane. There are many of them, research institutes that were set up in the 60s and 70s. They're all moribund. So you find out that not much is happening there. Not that because these people don't have the intellectual capacity, they do. But half of the time, nobody listens. So it's important for us to get that whole thing. And anybody that wants to play in any aspect of the value chain should be encouraged. One company cannot say they want to play in the entire value chain. Yes, in as much as some companies do that. It's important to make sure that all of us are carried along in this journey. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And let's recognize that fact. So all this government of talking about the CADAP, the Malabo Declaration, 10% of government budget being provided for agriculture. I heard the representative of the Federal Minister talking about 600 billion invested in agriculture. We need to see where this money is going to and what are the priority areas. And the opacity must stop. Let's see transparency. Transparency is very, very critical. We need to see transparency. So our strategic reserve, run about between 1,050,000 tons. That's the strategic reserve we have. you have probably 20% or 30% in that strategic reserve. So if there's any emergency, there's nothing to call, there's nowhere to go. So, so you have to look at these things in totality. So, this is a discussion that we can have, for the rest of the day. But it's something, it's a takeaway for government. Government must listen more, listen more. It's very, very critical and very important. And I think I want to anchor my last point on that. Thank you.
This is muted.
Happen, and the Ministry of Agriculture to take the lead in pulling these stakeholders together. So, for example, Dr. Attakra's point of a nexus between public sector, private sector, and research institutions is crucial. It's not government that will scale research to market. It's private sector, okay? However, how we create that triple helix nexus of government, policy, regulation, rules, private sector interest, investment and opportunities, right? And research outputs and innovations in a way that the nexus can scale, can create the scaling solutions, becomes an imperative for cooperation and partnerships. The last point you raised about risk, I don't know whether the federal government can consider the need for a national risk register and database that is comprehensive and that can be the basis to define who are the risk partners and who are the risk players and what mitigation strategies we can take collectively to deal with those risks. I accept that a bank cannot go and solve the problem of access to production centers, but there should be a player. If we have a comprehensive national risk register or database tied to a national risk strategy, we can collectively agree that we will work together to eliminate specific risks. So rather than come to this type of meeting to discuss all the risks we have, future summits, and discuss the fact that we have aggregated the risk factors and conditions in Nigeria and we are now eliminating them. Let's look at the chat if there are any questions. Can you pull up the chat, please? If there are any questions so that I can ask the panelists to try and answer those. Okay, these don't look like questions, they look like comments. So Choma says transparency is key. If we must grow, our youths and women will be encouraged when there's an enabling environment and these are implemented. Vera says that thought-provoking conversations going on. Philip, we need a policy to support subsectors of agriculture, particularly extension services. Prince says, thank you, Permanent Secretary of Agriculture. It's truly our inability to come together as a business and government, and we should stop managing peanuts. Okay, I can't seem to see the rest. Okay, we are short of time. So, Dr. Attakra, I'm told you have a question. So let's let you have the floor. Can you?
Thank you very much. It's not a question, it's just to emphasize one or two things that I have heard. I think one of our speakers on the panel indicated that, the problem is so big And if you look at that big elephant, sometimes it's like you cannot do anything. And the point was made that we should start and focus on something specific. You know, the challenge is being able to identify what are these critical triggers that we can focus on. So for instance, we've been talking about cashew, and cashew is a big value chain potential. I would like to see somebody taking the lead to say, okay, who are the stakeholders working on cashew? What sort of facility do we put together to be able to establish and identify the critical steps in moving forward? And it could be some other thing, you know. One thing I haven't heard mentioned a lot, even since yesterday, is fertilizers. And we're talking about increasing yields. And if you look at the proportion of fertilizers that we are using, no wonder we are so far below reaching our potential. And believe you me, if somebody tells you that fertilizers are evil, that person doesn't know what he's talking about. You need fertilizer. It's the wrongful use of fertilizers that can be harmful. But you need to make sure, you know, we have all the advantage of learning from hindsight, you know, what has worked, what the dangers are, and we can build upon them instead of just going about thinking we can do without fertilizer. So that's one point. The other point that I had was this critical question. Somebody said, okay, who determines what are the priority crops? And then the point was that if I'm private sector, I look at the domain where there is a market opportunity. Perfect. I mean, that's fine. That's one angle. But then you also have issues where you are looking at food and nutrition security. You are looking at what foods are our people eating. And, you know, the government needs to take some initiative in trying to bring out, to identify some of these key areas. So when we talk about our research institutions, we really need to have them, push them a little bit to be a bit more strategic in making sure that whatever it is they are doing, you know, that they can link that to the critical needs that are spelled out either within the government policy or driven by strong private sector market link in there. And finally, the final point I'd like to make, I support the idea that government should be an enabler and that the private sector should be, you know, enabled to drive the process. And I think that is something that we will all support. A critical thing is alignment. We just have to make sure that there is this alignment. And we cannot go on in disjointed fashion all over the place. But the question then is, who really drives that alignment process? And I would say part of that rests with government, but also it cannot be done only by government. Even my own institution, as a research partner, we also have to find a way in which we are also contributing in driving that alignment. And the same can be said for the Research Council of Nigeria and the other instruments that have been set by government. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Atokra. I mean, we couldn't have said it better. We're short of time, so I'm going to allow the panelists to do a one word. If you're going to leave one word behind, I mean, out of this complex conversation, but we're going to leave one. Just you can make a statement, one sentence. What would that sentence be, and what would be the key word? So let's go to Dr. Babandi, you go first, Jude, you second, and then I think Ade had had the last word, but then we'll give him the same opportunity, and then we can tie the panel up.
For me, the final statement is that agriculture is everybody's business. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Jude?
For me, the final statement is what we require is at the value chain level, perhaps every month or every quarter, a coordination meeting of all the various parties chaired by government or a third party to problem solve. We don't need grants, gestures. It's really problem solving with one motive, profitability of agriculture.
Ade?
Public partnership and government, very important. Partnerships that work. And for us, our tomorrow, we must give our today.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from all the stakeholders and members of this panel. Thank you, our live audience, for your insightful comments and interventions. When all is said and done, you need to mobilize the collective capacities of the private sector, of government, of cooperatives, of development interveners to transform agriculture. It requires a framework. It requires the will to work together and to dialogue. And I hope that following this panel today, we would see some movement in the direction of high level and then, of course, value chain level dialogues to move the critical actions forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
That panel actually did justice to the issues raised. I want to also chip in. Am I audible? Okay. Yes. Thank you, Tayo, for that intervention. I just wanted to point out that we have the approval of the Honorable Minister for the setup of the Agricultural Policy Alliance project. At the core of that is the intention to bring on board critical stakeholders, both in the private and public sector, who are supposed to help forge, a robust framework, a robust platform for advancing the needs and the expectations of stakeholders in the space. We want to also underscore the fact that, without a doubt, we know the private sector is important. We are indeed troubled by the concerns raised by some of our private sector players, Olam being one of them. But also in setting the stage for addressing those concerns, I think that the conversation has got to be deepened, without a doubt. And thank you very, very much for the contributions you have made. We will then be moving to our next panel, after the adverts, that is, which will be looking at building a sustainable ecosystem for smallholder farmers to profit. Remember, this is the Sterling Bank Agriculture Summit Africa. The theme for this event is Fast Forward Agriculture, Exploiting the Next Revolution. Without a doubt, justice is being, served to this topic so far, and we are expecting more conversations, to unravel as the event continues. Quickly to indicate that the Cross River State Governor, His Excellency Professor Ben Ayade, is being prepped to join us. He is going to be speaking basically around the same topic that we just concluded now, public-private partnership, particularly at the subnational level, and the investments being made by the Cross River State government, indeed the South-South governments, to ensure that there is an evacuation corridor for commodities and services in the agricultural ecosystem. Once he is connected, the studio will cede the floor to him. Before that happens, we will just pay our bills, take some adverts. Thank you very much.
Maybe out of the camera. Just wait first. You know what you do? You put it somewhere so you're not putting it.
Yes, I've joined the meeting now, so I'm taking the laptop to the problem. See you in the next 1 minute now. Please.
Like I said before we went on break, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Cross River State.
You go and stand there. Is it working? It's not working now. I'm not hearing anything.
I want to put into a meeting.
Excellency, sir. Yes, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Cross River State will be giving us a goodwill message. And it is critical for us because this is a testament of connection between the national and subnational governments as it relates to agricultural, the agricultural sector, enhancement of investments in the agricultural sector. Your Excellency, sir, thank you so much. We see you, sir, the digital governor. You have the floor, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Ben Ayade, the Governor of Cross River State. Mine is a short goodwill message just to share the relationship and the interface between a subnational like Cross River State and indeed Nigeria as a nation. As a state, we have focused tremendously on industrialization with emphasis on agro-industrialization. Recall that Great Britain started her industrial revolution with agro-industrialization way back in 1776. Agro-industrial revolution allows you the pleasure of having industrialization while also creating massive employment. And so semi-industrialization that focuses on massive creation of labor at primary level, at primary production level, while the beneficiation process is highly industrialized, allows you that synergism. So for us in Cross River State, we are focused on creating that opportunity by having several factories stretching from the garment factory to the pharmaceutical factory to the instant noodle factory to Kalachika, which is the frozen chicken processing factory, to feed mill, to organic fertilizer plant, rice seedling factory, rice seed factory, cocoa processing factory, rice mill, toothpick factory, granite oil processing factory. The list is endless. Now, having done all of this, the end focus is to create a superhighway that connects all of these various agricultural industries into the deep sea port. So creating an agricultural infrastructure that allows a harmonious connectivity between people, industry, and export is the basic philosophy that underpins the job creation. The unemployment in Nigeria cannot be wished away. There is nothing any government can do in as much as we continue to depend majorly on oil. The total oil industry accounts for 95% of the total income of Nigeria, with less than 5% employment. And therefore, there must be a deliberate policy for a population of 207 million people, as at today. It is absolutely impossible for us to look upon oil as a mainstay of the economy. Agro-industrialization is not just critical for an alternative income to the oil, but it's also a critical source of employment. Unfortunately, evacuation corridor is also a prerogative, it's an imperative for you to actually industrialize. So I cannot understand why somebody who is growing maize somewhere in the Yala local government area of Cross River State without an access to a maritime domain will be able to export the maize. Today, we have a feed mill that can uptake that maize and indeed uptake even soya beans, process that with some additives into feeds. Now, those feeds can take care of the Nigerian market, but beyond the Nigerian market, you also need to export to be able to earn money. We use this opportunity to ask the federal government of Nigeria that subnationals primarily own the land by the Land Use Act of Nigeria. We have the citizens, we have the people. And you only can change the fate of the black man when you start agriculture and combining with infrastructure. This is the first step forward for any serious nation. And Africa has to go back to this basis. We believe critically that the solid mineral component, which is another alternative to oil, also fits into the infrastructure component. If you look at Cross River State and our structural and normative framework for leaping from third world to first world, it's characterized on the philosophy that the superhighway, which is a 6-lane highway, is connecting us from the proposed Bakassi deep sea port and terminating at the Benue coal belt. In South Africa today, the depth of their mines have become too deep, and that's why they're having fluctuating power supply, because the mines have become too deep for them to be able to harvest coal. So looking at the rich outcrop coal in Nigeria, and particularly around the Benue Trough, it becomes imperative that they need an access to the maritime domain. Unfortunately, the major source of maritime export today is basically Lagos. But Lagos has its landmass of just about 3,000 square kilometers. So there's a cumbersome transportation challenge occasioned by massive sociological development of Lagos, making it more difficult to access the port. And therefore, there's a growing need to create an alternative port. Even for security and strategic reasons, there's an increasing need for us to find an alternative port. That's why I want to once more commend the President for approving the Bakassi Deep Sea Port as the first agro-industrial port in Nigeria. The intention, therefore, is to connect the northeast axis of the northern part of Nigeria along with the southern part of Nigeria to allow them harvest all their agricultural produce, convert them into industrial end products, and export. In Cross River, for example, we have a cocoa processing plant in Ikom. That cocoa processing plant will take up all the cocoa being produced with the additional 30,000 hectares of cocoa land now being allocated and set aside in partnership with an Israeli company to grow new hybrid cocoa to enable us process that cocoa into chocolate bars for export. That will create a value for the farmers, create a ready-made off-taker by way of the instrumentation of the industry so set up there in Ikom, and allow them full beneficiation of value. I believe that this is the way to go. For a nation that is characterized by extreme unemployment and massive poverty, agro-industrialization is the focus of a development bank of any nature. So when you talk about African Development Bank, or you talk of any bank whatsoever, if your focus is not on people, then you would have missed the point. And then, because of extreme poverty, an anchor borrowers program that makes money available to that small last mile point would not work. I'd rather have an anchor borrowers program in such a way that the anchor farmer is the one that distributes resources to the small farmers. That way, there's a major farmer like the Ayade farms that I have set up for the last 10 years. That farmer can now manage all the farm interface structure and harvest from the various people and create linkages that will bring ultimate value. If we do that, we will begin to reduce unemployment and begin to reduce extreme poverty and begin to reduce this animalism that we are beginning to find in humans. Because gradually, Nigerians are beginning to lose their calm and beginning to lose their humanity. The tradition of an African man is to provide a shoulder for the weaker brother to lean on. That has not been in the case for some time now. Because of extreme poverty, the animalistic instinct, which every one of us have, because of the atavism of the nature of man, it becomes more manifest because environmental factors have pushed people to the limit. Like they say, once in a while, sometimes also, gentlemen jump the fence. Let's not have a situation where out of extreme desire for survival, people begin to exhibit animalistic tendencies. It is time for us as those who are in government and in governance to be able to structure new regimes that can create opportunity to provide jobs and put food on the table. And that's why in Cross River State as a sub-national, we have a policy of food on the table, hands on the plow. We must find ways to get people back to the farm and increase our food yield, improve food security, and ensure that everybody have access to a healthy and responsible livelihood. Until livelihoods become the focus, government will continue to invest on massive, big projects without recognizing that what is more important is the human being. Once you fix the poverty level and the hunger, reduce extreme aggression in people, you begin to see humanity setting and society becomes better. Development and progress sets in. So what's my summary message? Any banking institution, any developmental institution in a third world sluggish economy like Nigeria, and indeed Africa, your focus will be on people. And you must combine people, agriculture, and agricultural infrastructure as the mainstay of your policy trust, either as a banking institution or as a governmental institution. That's my short remark. And then I hope that these little comments, it can shape the thinking of management and shape the thinking of government at all levels. Thank you.
really very, very illuminating. We can affirm, and as a government, that Cross River State is a key partner to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, and that the ministry is hands-on involved with you in the superhighway project, as well as the deep sea port being considered by the state. Having said so, I want to very quickly move to the next panel, which is titled Building a Sustainable Ecosystem for Smallholder Farmers. The moderator for this panel is Professor Sani Miko, the country director, Sasakawa. Professor Miko, please. On this panel are the likes of Chidima Lawansen, the country rep for MasterCard Foundation, Shegun Falade, my very good friend, the group manager for Golden Agric Inputs of Flour Mills, Chichi Anyagolu, country rep for TechnoServe, and Kola Mashar, the MD Babakona. So, I yield to Professor Sani Miko, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I want to welcome everybody to the day 2 of the Sterling Bank ASA 2020. And I want to commend the effort and resilience of the bank for this wonderful summit that has become an annual event, and try to showcase the importance of and the relevance of agriculture in our national development, including wealth creation and poverty reduction. The name is Isaac Eni from SD2000 SA in Nigeria. I am the Senior Coordinator for Business Development and Partnerships, representing or standing in for our country director, who is unavoidably cannot attend this wonderful summit. To start the conversation of this season 2 this afternoon, with the title of building a sustainable ecosystem for smallholder farmers. Actually, Sasakawa is an international NGO that works with smallholder farmers, disseminating improved technologies to smallholder farmers across the agricultural value chain, right from input sourcing up to the market. And we work across about 15 states across the Federation in all the geopolitical zones. What the announcer already indicated, the participants in this conversation on how do we build a sustainable and working environment, even for the smallholder farmers to operate. And we all know the importance of the smallholder farmers in the food security of sub-Saharan Africa, including Nigeria. I think the IITA presenter gave a very rather bad image or picture of how the agribusiness is in Africa. But the good news is that everything is not as bad as that, because it also came up with the good news that we have the potential to surmount those back pictures that we have presented. So in this case, we were just trying to say that how do we make sure that the smallholder farmer, being the bedrock of food production or crop production in Nigeria, both for consumption and industrial use. How do they operate in an enabling environment to make sure that they operate more optimally and also get benefit for their hard work as they do. In the nutshell, now that we're even trying to say that agriculture is now being promoted as a business. What are those business conducive environment that we are being given, even to farmers, to make sure that they operate without much hindrance? And those, and that's what the ecosystem all about. Both, it can be both biotic and abiotic situation that the farmer works with. So this conversation this afternoon is going to, focus more on the improvement of the output market, even for the smallholder farmers. How can the smallholder farmers actually access output market? What are those ingredients that we support them to effectively access output markets? Then we also have to discuss some approaches on building innovation finances, because there have been so many innovations, so many approaches in trying to see how the smallholder farmers are actually financed, because we are not talking about the agriculture as a business for them. And if they're in business and they're expanding their businesses, they need some financial support or finance even to expand or even to maintain their businesses. So, and we know that even with smallholder farmers to access finance, especially when the conventional financial institutions have been a holiday tax. And that is why the government are coming to actually put in place some programs like the trader money, farmer money, even the ACO borrowers, and so many other. But even at that, we still have issues. And we even have some cases where even some financial institutions prefer to pay the penalty for not giving out loans to smallholder farmers than to actually give it to them, because they talked about issue of defaulting and cost of giving out that loan. So all that we have to discuss, we have to see, that's part of the conversation this afternoon. And then how does even the smallholder farmer optimize his operations? Because during the IITA presentation, he made comparison with the yield that we get in Africa, which includes Nigeria, and then the kind of yield we get in other places. And the issue is just the operations, the inputs, the knowledge the farmer gets, how he even deploy those inputs for usage, and other field activities, agronomic practices in the field. So those are some of the issues we have to discuss, so that at the end of the day, I think we will come out with some takeaways on the best way to make sure that there's a sustainable ecosystem for the farmers to operate, even to optimize his or her yield. So going forward, I don't know if my other discussants are present already. There is Chidiman Lawanson from MasterCard. There's Mr. Shegun Folade from Flour Mill, and Chichi Onogulu, the country rep for TechnoServe, and my good friend Kola Masha from Babangona.
Yes, we are around. Yes.
These are the people we are going to discuss with this through the Zoom meeting. Can I get a response from any of them?
Yes, around.
We are around.
Okay, so thank you very much. So moving the, okay, and Mr. Shegun is there?
Yes, I'm around.
Okay, and Ms. Chichi?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
And thank you.
And this is Kola Masha. I'm here as well.
So starting the conversation, maybe we could, okay. Starting with the conversation, maybe I will start, Mr. Kola Marshall, if you can just throw more lights on how the smallholder farmers can optimize, his operations in the field so that he can get improved yield or output from the efforts that he's making. If you can just make some contribution to that conversation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, once again, thank you so much for having us here today. So with regards to work with smallholder farmers, I think at Babanguna, we've been very fortunate. We've had really just incredible partners like Ms. Chidi Lawrenson from MasterCard Foundation, who have been really instrumental to the work that we do. We've been fortunate. We've been able to scale now. Today, Babanguna is supporting nearly 40,000 farmers on over 80,000 acres of maize, which makes us the single largest maize producing entity in West Africa, and on track to be one of the largest maize producing entities on the continent. Now, through our work with smallholder farmers now entering our 10th year, we've been able to demonstrate that we're able to enable them to consistently achieve yields that are about 2 times national average and net incomes that are about 2.5 times national average. Now, fundamentally, the way that we've been able to accomplish this is by addressing really the underlying structural problem that smallholder farmers have, and that is their low economies of scale. And we've been able to bring economies of scale to tens of thousands of smallholder farmers. And by bringing them those economies of scale, we enable them access the training that they need to dramatically improve their productivity. Most importantly, the credit and financing that they need to buy the quantity and quality of products and services they need to increase their yield. And then in addition, I've been able to deliver those high quality inputs to them very efficiently and effectively. And then finally, as you mentioned in your opening statements, the important role of output markets. We've been able to, today as an organization, we've invested in close to 100,000 metric tons of storage capacity, where we're able to enable the members to store their grains and be able to market those grains for them and enable them to get a very good price for that. So I think it's really that combination of training, credit, inputs, and storage and marketing that has enabled us to consistently enable farmers to achieve 2x national average yields and net incomes 2.5 times national average.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kola Marshall. I don't know if Chichi has anything to add to that, because you're also in the area of working with smallholder farmers in the field. So what is your organization doing as per optimizing their farming operations and making sure that their inputs at least meet up to minimally to world average, comparing to what Dr. Atta presented earlier this morning, that the average yield of most of our smallholder farmers are actually very low. And that makes, them to even getting out of poverty level is a problem, because they don't seem to even recoup or recover their cost of production. So I don't know what your organization is doing towards that aspect.
Thank you so very much. I think I totally agree with Kola that what is required, and which is what TechnoServe has been doing over the years, is consistent support to the farmers. A lot of the farmers in the field, as you know, and has been said throughout the workshop, is that we have very small holder farmers who have difficulty taking on a lot of being able to consistently adopt the practices that they've been taught. I mean, there's been a lot of workshops and things that have trained farmers, and training continues to be an extremely important thing, because many of the farmers, are aging farmers. A lot of them don't have the proper training capacity. A lot of them don't have the capacity to really adopt the training that they have been given, because when you give farmers training, then they also have to have the capacity to, to take it on. They need to have the resources to be able to, buy the new technology that you're telling them, the new seedlings and the rest of it. So these are some of the things that I challenge for the farmers to actually adopt the technology. So what we do at TechnoServe is to make sure that, first of all, we're linking farmers to markets. So that once you link a farmer to a market and they have guaranteed off-takers of their produce, then it becomes a lot easier to get them to meet the requirements of that, the requirements for that particular buyer. And then it becomes easier to train them to the specifications of that particular buyer. So that's one of the things we do. We make sure that we link them to markets. We make sure that we are providing training to them in a consistent manner, not training where you just train the people and you let them go. We actually have local community trainers that are like extension workers that we deploy to the farms that actually handhold the farmers to make sure that they're actually taking on the training that has been provided to them. We also make sure that we would support the farmers with linkages to inputs, to correct inputs, as we know there's a lot of fake products in Nigeria in terms of farming inputs. So we make sure that we're linking farmers to manufacturers of good seeds, of good inputs, and those. And we also make sure that these people come out to the farms, the demonstration farms that we make, and ensure that they're actually demonstrating the proper way of using their input. And like I said, our local community trainers then ensure that they continue that training, that they continue that practice, by hand-holding them. So these are some of the things that we have been doing. Of course, we make sure that no less than 40% of our beneficiaries are women. We're also trying to introduce farmers to, say, dry season farming, so that they can increase their yield, so that they can be planting more all year round than than just during the wet and the rainy season. So these are a few things. We'll talk about other ideas that I have where we go forward. But in terms of what we do, these are the things that we do to ensure that the farmers are supported. Hello? Back to you. I think I'm done, if you can still hear me.
It doesn't seem to be available right now, I suppose.
Well, since the host may have technical problems, perhaps the panelists, one of them who hasn't spoken, can also share some thoughts.
Okay. Maybe at this stage, let me just mention some of the things we in Flour Mills of Nigeria are doing to create a proper ecosystem based approach towards assisting the smallholder farmers. As we all know, Flour Mills will be celebrating its 60th year of existence in October this year. And it has moved from a basically flour milling operation to an extensive agro-based company over the last couple of years. Without wasting too much time, as far as the smallholder farmers are concerned, some of the things we've done in the space is actually providing the smallholder farmers with quality inputs. In addition to quality inputs, we also provide them with the linkage to market. Being one of the largest users of grains, especially maize, soybean, and wheat value chain in Nigeria. Therefore, we have created various collation centers, storage facilities in different parts of the country, closer to the farmers, to be able to provide them with linkages to farmers. In addition to that, we work with smallholder farmers in an off-take arrangement at the beginning of the planting season to be able to give them the quality input. As you know, we produce a golden fertilizer that we are confident of its quality, and we give it to the farmers. We have partnered, since we know that without good seed, there will be no good product. We have demonstrated over a couple of years on our own in-farm to grow and validate the efficacy of pioneer seeds in Nigeria. Having done that, we are disseminating that to farmers, ensuring that they are able to increase their yield. In most cases, between 5.4 to 7 metric tons per hectare, depending on the ecology and the area where they are planting it. So with that, we will be able to provide that to the farmers, so that at the end of the day, the issue of finances regarding input, the issue of storage facilities for them, and the linkage to market. And one of the things we do is to ensure that the price at the end of the day is what is actually happening in the market, so that the farmer gets the full value, and we cut off the the middlemen who may likely profit from the farmers. So what are we doing with all these things at the end of the day? We have one of the largest oil mill in the country, in Ibadan, that uses soybean, palm oil, and a few other things to produce vegetable oil. We have Premier Feeds in Ibadan, and also we also have it in Calabar, where we have the greatest, the largest, feed milling business in Africa. So at the end of the day, what we do is to ensure that the farmers get value. They are able to get a lot of other things that create dignity for them. But you cannot give what you don't have. Like Chidima mentioned, one of the problems that the farmers is the adaptation of new technologies and the training that you give to them. So for them to be able to use this training becomes sometimes a lot difficult. And what we do is creating demonstration farms near those farms and keep repeating those training, especially defining the efficacy of the application of fertilizer, efficacy of the seed itself, the various agronomy practices around them, and we train them across. To be able to ensure that that becomes a model, we have turned one of our farms into a school farm, more or less, in Kabuji, where we bring in hundreds of farmers on a yearly basis, allot them with lands, give them input, give them all the necessary things they need, and we manage together with them and train them on spot for them to be able to do that. And the following year, they also become trainers for other farmers within those areas. This model we are also taking into other states of the country to be able to train a lot more farmers. We know the farmers know exactly what to do. They know, they have the business sense. The only thing we are trying to do is to encourage them to put that business sense into something that will create more value for them. As we go on, we'll be talking about other issues regarding using ecosystem-based approach in ensuring that their productivity and the preservation of their livelihood becomes something that we all will focus on. That is something we'll be able to discuss as we move on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Segun. Just follow up on that. I just want to know what your organization is doing in the areas of collective action for our smallholder farmers. You know, what we are trying to do is that we want to break the supply chain whereby such big companies like yours can actually deal directly with the smallholder farmers. And you agree with me that because of the quantity of output that comes from these farmers, they will need to aggregate their produce, what we call collective action, to be able to put together maybe the quantity of maybe 10 metric tons or the 30 metric tons of a trailer load that can get to you. So I just want to know, is your organization doing anything to incentivize some of these farmers to make sure that they are able, or what are you really doing to make sure that you work directly with these smallholder farmers by getting the produce from them directly, rather than going through your local buying agents or some of your big dealers in the field? Because what we are now trying to do, we want to see how even the smallholder farmers can actually benefit from your premium prices that you are offering to your LBAs. So do you have any eating on the ground in that direction?
Thank you very much. Yes, of course. One of the things that has driven us into this is also to be able to add value to the farmer. There are various buying processes that you can in order to aggregate your product. But we know in a sustainable fashion, the essence is to incentivize the smallholder farmers. And like you rightly mentioned, many of them are deep grain into very rural areas where the infrastructure is very bad, and the ability to even store and aggregate effectively becomes a very difficult thing. So what did we do? What we did first was to select 3 major areas where we can start this model. One of them is Gombe. For one of the things we did was to establish, one of the grain reserves was allocated to us. We collected that, and within that radius, we established collation centers, smaller collation centers, where farmers can either individually bring their produce into those centers, and they are given premium price for bringing it to those collation centers. Also, we have within those regions, an association of farmers in groups, where in those groups and in those localities, we give them small collation centers where they bring, and the mode of payment is instant. Electronic payment is instant, so that they get their money immediately and they are happy that they have already done that. And over the last 3 years, we have been expanding this, and I must tell you that the ratio of buying from local buying agents and buying directly from farmers has increased from 5% to about 35% last year. And one of the things we are also doing is growing that. We have in Gombe, we have in Benue, we have in Ibadan, we have in Shaki, and a few other areas in Benue. Not only for maize, we have for cassava, we have for palm kernel and palm oil, supporting all our various value chains, especially with our industries. So it is relatively very time-consuming, sometimes very expensive, but we know that it is an investment in the future, especially for the farmers. So whatever investment we are doing today is going to be what we are going to continue to reap the benefit in the future. There are different models, but what we have been able to do is to create that model. And like I mentioned earlier on, it's not one cap fits all. You try one this way, depending on where you are, and you try others. One of the things we are trying in Kabuji is unique, because one of the things we do is actually creating a farm estate within that space, and bringing the farmers into that space, support them, and eventually take directly from them. So we've taken all the loads of the problem of clearing the lands, of having to find markets, of having to be trained from, we train them on there. We have agronomists residents on those farms. Right now, we are having over 200 farmers, working on those farms, over 4,000 hectares that we have there. So these are some of the things, and you know that you continue to improve as you gain success, you continue to improve, and then you take this model in other states. God willing, next year we're expanding to additional 7 states in the north to be able to bring this value to the farmers. So these are the things we are doing, among other things that we are doing in the space.
Okay. Mr. Sego, which value chain are you really promoting now? Is it your maize or sorghum or what?
There are 3 main value chains we are promoting: maize, soybean, and wheat. Those are the 3 major value chains we are promoting now. Although there is some effort in the palm oil value chain, which we are also doing. But in terms of focusing on smallholder farmers, those are the 3 value chains we are promoting at the moment.
Okay. This question goes to all of you, but maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Shegun. There's this issue of climate change now. So I don't know, and it looks as if from your explanation, maybe it's just another model of an agro scheme, backward integration by your company. But in so doing, do you put into consideration some of these climate change challenges, possible challenges? Like now, even yesterday, it was all over the news, about 30 people lost their lives in Jigawa State. All the whole places are flooded. And then you say you are into wheat value chain, and we know that Jigawa State is a major wheat producing state. So between yourself and Chichi and even Mr. Kola Marshall, I really want to know what efforts are you putting to mitigate some of these climate and change issues that come up. And then also for Mr. Kola Marshall, I still want you to explain to us your modalities for your, I guess it should be input credit that you are giving to your farmers. How do you determine, how do they pay back? And I guess they say you collect back produce from them. How do you determine the price of the produce that you collect back from them? Those things we need to, because we are saying we need an enabling environment that we actually promote or make the farmers maybe more profitable in their business and enterprises. So as you give them credit, maybe input credit, I say that's kudos to you.
So the systems. Yes, thank you so much.
May I add?
Please,
okay.
Chidima.
Oh, Kola, I wanted to tell the moderator, we lost him for a while, so
yeah.
I still have been introduced, so I was waiting.
Okay, sorry, who is it?
That's Chidima Lawansin from MasterCard.
Okay, Chidima Lawansin from MasterCard. I think I did. Sorry for that, if I did not. Yeah, but we'll soon come to you, please. But okay. Sorry for that. You're welcome.
So, sorry, moderator, I must insist. Ladies first. So please, if you can.
Okay, all right, no
I'll
problem.
come back to my question.
All right. Okay, Chidima, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the summit, and thanks a lot for to Sterling Bank for arranging this, and to speak a bit about the MasterCard Foundation that were funded by MasterCard the corporate in 2006, and we started from our headquarters in Canada and then in interventions across the world. But recently we had a big project and moved on in our Young Africa Work Strategy to ensure that 30 million young Africans get dignifying and fulfilling work by year 2030. So we are in Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Ghana, Senegal, Ethiopia, and we started in Nigeria in late Q4 2019. And our focus areas are agriculture. 70% of our work will be in agriculture, 20% in creative industries, and 10% in digital economy. And in that target for Nigeria, it is to ensure that 10 million young African Nigerians within the ages of 15 to 35 years get that dignifying and fulfilling work. So in doing that, we we also focus on women. So 70% of that target will be for the young women. So our projects in agric space, as while we all here talking about agric, we know that it's contributed about 24.65% to the GDP of the country, even in Q2 2020, as recorded by the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics. And we know that 60% of employment is from there, and many moderators and panel speakers have spoken about that. So for us at the foundation, we thought it fit that for smallholder farmers, who are the vulnerable segments in that value chain, we look at ways where they can carry on their agriculture sustainably, even as this topic is focusing on it, and looking at financial services institutions to unlock value by ensuring they provide affordable finance. So we're very, very interested and happy with our collaboration and partnership with Sterling Bank to ensure that about 109,000 smallholder farmers and those in the value chain of agric will get very low interest rates loans for agric sector specifically for the next 2 years. And we commend their management for partnering with us in that. And we also implement through partners. You heard Kola, we are implementing with Babangona in the aggregation model to ensure that they bring in their trust group entrepreneurs, creating work, and aggregate the smallholder farmers, linking them to markets. Because on one hand, they're suffering from losses. They don't have access to markets. So bringing that together, companies like Babangona would aggregate and give them the required input. And similar companies like Cellulant, IITA, you had them on your panel yesterday and today. Other partners such as Alluvial, Women's Farmers Advancement Network, AgroLog, Nourishing Africa for providing a forum for those who are looking for a digital platform where they can showcase their agri-goods and where they network themselves. So all these are some of the footprints that the foundation is undergoing in the Nigerian agricultural space, specifically, apart from other things we're doing in the creatives and digital industry, to ensure that there is that sustainability is not a one-off, we're here to 2030 and beyond, to ensure that those advantaged smallholders, they are put in a position where good extension services can be given to them. But after training them, if you don't give them the input to ensure that within the same degraded land, they can get improved yield. So we work with partners to ensure that that is happening. So I'll stop it at that until I get to your next question. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chidima. I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to call you last because I looked at you as and the foundation that actually intervened in the area of access to finance. So I was trying to take that the later time, but thank you very much. But my question, or what I really wanted to know, that you say you partner with Sterling Bank to provide credit to some of these smallholder farmers, and you even work with Babangona and others. I just want to know, do you have any seed money deposited with the Sterling Bank that you use, or how is the collaboration? How do you get access to the fund, the finance from the bank to the farmers?
Yes, as the foundation, we put in our own loan capital straight to it's a collaboration. We agree with the bank. Sorry, we can't mention the numbers. We agree with the bank. We put up the funding. They put up a collaborative funding, and we put it into a loan capital. And that project is called Sterling Women and Youth in Agri Finance Products. So it's a collaboration between both organizations. We put in our funds, straight hard funds, they put in their own. And ours is to encourage them to lower the barriers that entrepreneurs along the agri value chain and other MSME areas actually face, which is very high interest rates because of the risk factor and non-availability of funds. I mean, for many of us that came from the banking industry, it's easier to do a trading project and you make your margins and you go. So to be that catalytic in enabling a financial institution to focus on the agri sector where it might be perceived as risky, but typically is not. So it's funds to them so that the on-lending interest rated loans to the final beneficiaries will be much lower than market rate. And I'm sure that Sterling will present that project at their due time. But yes, we have partnered with them in that. So it's actual lendable funds.
Yeah.
Co-designed with the bank, yes, please. And the same way with the other partners.
Okay,
Where
but
we
now
collaborate has to do with funds, yes.
Okay, Ms. Chidima, so like whatever interest or other accrued charges are still a secret to you now, because I thought, as you rightly said, the conventional financial institutions, their interest rates are quite high, some as high as 28-30%. So is your own like single digits to these women and youth groups that you are working with?
Yes, it is Sterling Bank. I don't want to steal their thunder in presenting it, because I'm sure they will present it. The interest rate is not hidden, and it's in single digits. It's not a hit. I'm just saying the details of our collaboration. Some aspects of it might not be for the, for general information. But the details about the project and the interest and other terms and conditions will be open from the bank, and I know they will present it, so I don't want to take their shine of that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chidi. So I don't know, I saw the video of some panelists in the studio. I don't know if any of you have any question or contribution to this discussion before going forward.
Wait. Put it on me.
Any contribution from the studio before we go forward?
Yes. Okay, I'm calling from Sterling Bank. I'm the head of Agric Sterling Bank. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so further to your discussion with Chidima, yes, we have partnered with MasterCard Foundation to access funds to smallholder farmers, to SMEs within the agricultural value chain who would necessarily not have access to finance. I will just read through what we have. We have different categories. You asked after the interest rate. The next slide, please. The interest rate is a single digit of 9%. We have for smallholder farmers, when they come together as a cooperative, they can access funds together as the cooperative. So we have different categories. Please, the next slide. We have so within this partnership, it's in threefold. We want to train the farmers we want to provide knowledge to the farmers of best agricultural practices through training. And we are partnering with IITA, we are partnering with Animal Care, we are partnering with EDC. These are various organizations that will train the farmers, and then after training them, we'll give them access to funds. In partnering with them, we are training so that they do the right things at the right time. We are training them about financial inclusion, how they can be financially empowered from their products. We are giving them access to markets, linkages with markets. We're also showing efficiency, and we are providing digital platforms to enable them sell their markets. The next slide, please. The next. So the finances for women, 70% of women, like we've mentioned, and youth within the value chain. And to do this product, we are going to be disbursing in such a way that you can access the funds within 24 hours when you request for the loan. The farmers are required to provide equity of about 5 to 10%, depending on if you are the smallholder farmers, your equity contribution is 5%. As you go up to the SMEs, they provide 10% equity contribution. It's a fund that's for commercial aggregate of farmers, they call it Babangona type of farmers, where they aggregate pools of farmers. We would give them funds to the tune of up to 250 million. For SMEs who are standalone businesses, we'll give them up to 20 million. And then the retailers, the small people within the value chain can access funds up to the tune of 5 million naira. Next slide. So we are partnering, we are ensuring that all actors within this value chain access the funds. It's going to be digitally driven. Like you heard Chidima say, one of their attributes is digitization and using technology to drive the value chain. And within all this, whatever sector you belong to, whether you are crop production, whether it's livestock, whether you are a small business, you are processing, or you want access to equipment that would enable your business transaction function better, you have access to these funds. And we have done it in such a way that everybody within the value chain in that the last mile end of the value chain would have access to the funds. So for example, I know Sasakawa does a lot, Sasakawa does a lot in doing training for the farmers. So farmers that have been trained, we will work with them, we'll give them access to funds, we'll provide access to market for them too. So whatever the value chain is, we are there. And then we also ensure that insurance, it's key, is mandatory. They will provide insurance, and also to reinforce their credits. We will also provide guarantees in such a way so that we will prevent minimal losses. So we are partnering with MasterCard. We are going to be publicizing it very soon, before the end of the month, on what we are doing and how people can access the funds. I said it will be done online, it will be transparent, and we will process it. If your business, for example, is not, maybe you have not done it in such a way that it's bankable, part of our role is to provide advisory services, wherein we would ensure that business plans are put in place. And we have people that can also help people develop business plans in such a way that your transactions and your business is structured in such a way that end to end, you are able to, the loans are coming back. Because the important thing in loans is that while we are doing all this is to ensure that when we reinforce the loans from end to end, the transactions will come back. If the farmers are enriched, that is part of the goal, in such a way that they produce, they have minimal post-harvest losses. These are some of the things that we are going to be doing with this facility. Even to enable and to ensure that they have access to markets, like Mr. Falade mentioned, we will partner with people like flour mills, Olam, and the different that need grains as a commodity. We'll partner with them so that these farmers will have direct access to the off-taker, as against just having middlemen who are running between. And to develop that and to ensure that is put in place, we've also developed softwares to assess where farmers can easily sell their produce at the best price, as against having intermediaries between them. So these are some of the things that the bank is doing. When the earlier panel spoke this morning, and even when the governor of Kebbi State spoke this morning, they mentioned what Sterling Bank is doing within the sector. We were the first financial bank to start the anchor borrowers when a lot of financial institutions were skeptical. We took the lead and we were able to break the icing, and since then, other banks have come into the sector. We were also the first financial institution to assess the NISAL guarantee to our various stakeholders within the value chain. So Sterling Bank is a bank with the support of our management, who have given us the leeway to be able to do a lot within the sector. And we will continue to be at the forefront of advocacy for the sector. So we are going to do a lot, and we'll continue to do a lot. And to the audience and the people watching, the MasterCard Foundation is real. You come to, like I mentioned yesterday, the first step is that you open an account with Sterling Bank. And then from there, we know your business, we know your customer and the business. Even from this summit, we are going to be building a database of all those people that had attended the summit, and we are going to carry the conversation forward. It's not about just having summits, but there are summits. It's a summit that the communique will be issued, and it will translate into enhancing the sector, into providing finance, providing advisory services, providing advocacy, and making the sector a sector that is important. Food security in Nigeria is very, very important. You've heard about flood. And so dry season is coming. We're going to partner. We're going to do a lot in the dry season farming to, as a result of the things that have happened, the floods that have happened. We've spoken about climate change and the effects. So we will continue to build ourselves in capacity building. And like we said yesterday, we're a bank where the people in the agri sector are all graduates of agriculture, so we understand the sector. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Buki. That was an elaborate presentation and discussion. I just wanted to say that I don't know what happened, why there was no more feasibility of this wonderful product.
Okay,
I think you need to create more feasibility.
Yeah, we are going to. I think within the next 1 week, 1 to 2 weeks, we are going to be launching it to the public. It's going to be visible. What we are just doing was to make sure the technology platform where people will make the application is being tested now. So as soon as we finish the test run this week, we didn't want to come out to the public to say you can apply online and then the platform is not ready. We wanted the platform to be ready, and then the information will become public. So in the next 1 to 2 weeks, you will be seeing the publicity in the media, and people will begin to apply for the facility. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much.
We have a regional agric officer. So the way we work, we have regional agric officers in the different geopolitical areas of the country. And these agric officers work with the businesses in those regions. And not only the businesses, they also work with development agencies like Sasakawa, USAID, GIZ, and the likes, because we know a lot of all these agencies are doing something to the smallholder sector. So all of them will be told about it, so that farmers and groups within your sector, within that you have trained, would have access to these funds. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. We appreciate this. Your contribution is quite laudable and it's quite an eye-opener. Going back to Mr. Kolamasha and Chichi, I asked a question, especially for Babangona. We want to know how the operationalization of your input credit to the farmers, especially the recovery, how you go about it, and what has been the recovery rate. And going forward, what do you want to add up to that menu? And the issue of climate change, what are you doing about that to the smallholder farmers as you work with them? Because that one is very important.
No, I'll begin with the climate change comment. I think the reality is climate change is very real. We've been in this business now going on 10 years, and we've seen consistently increase in risks associated with crop production, particularly with delayed rains, lack of predictability of when rains will start and stop, and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of what we've been able to do to enable our members to, the over 100,000 members that we've supported to date to protect themselves, is really twofold. One, we've really led the way in developing innovative insurance products. Babangona was the first organization in Nigeria to develop a weather index insurance product in partnership with Swiss Re, one of the world's largest reinsurance companies. In addition, we actually were the first organization in West Africa to develop a yield index insurance product as well. And we are continuously innovating on the insurance side. In addition, we want to ensure that our farmers have access to the right technology, particularly seeds that are able to be drought tolerant. So in the event that there are shocks and there are mini droughts and so on and so forth, that their farms are resilient enough to pick back up. So those are some of the key things that we're doing to enable our members to adapt. Now, on the mitigation side as well, we do feel we have a responsibility to play our part to mitigate for climate change. And we are actively working with our farmers to adopt practices that minimize the utilization of fertilizers, such as microdosing, et cetera, among many other steps. Now, with regards to managing the risks of lending to smallholder farmers, so we actually started down this journey back in 2010. But we didn't make our first loan to farmers till about 2012. And so during that period of 2010, 2012, we spent a significant portion of that time really trying to understand the key risks of lending to a smallholder farmer. And from that, we've developed what we call our 8 levels of risk mitigation, which really address all the key risks of lending to smallholder farmers. And with that, we've been able to really identify and implement key risk mitigation steps to enable us now actually just closing out our 9th season with smallholder farmers. We've still been able to maintain an average repayment rate of approximately 99%, which to our knowledge is one of the highest in this space. Really, it comes down to a lot of different factors. I think paramount amongst them is the ability to ensure that we are able to be there to support our farmers throughout the season. Today, being able to visit our farmers' fields, be there side by side with them, and help them ensure that in the event that there is a problem that they face a problem during the season, we're there to support them to overcome that problem and before it's too late, and protect the yield on their farm.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. But just in addition to some of the climate change activities we are into, which includes insurance and provision of resilient seeds like drought resistance and others, I don't know, do you have anything in your portfolio concerning irrigation agriculture? Because because we were thinking that if the climate change is bringing a lot of floods and the farmers cannot go to their farms, and in fact, in some cases, risking their lives, as I said, on the news now we have about 30 people that have lost their lives in Jigawa State as a result of the flood. And we are thinking of encouraging them even to use the residual moisture and irrigation facility, to continue to produce so that we don't have a serious shortfall in food security. So I don't know, do you have any plan towards going into irrigation agriculture for your scheme?
So irrigation definitely is a very critical tool in the efforts to mitigate for climate change. The realities, however, is that if you look across the world, the investments in irrigation tend to be led by government to a certain degree, due to the fact that they tend to be really, at the end of the day, very difficult investments to get a commercial return on. They're very capital intensive. Not all irrigation activity, I should say, but when you look at some of the large gravity-fed irrigation systems that are one of the more efficient mechanisms of irrigating farms, those tend to come with significant investment from government to help to defray some of those initial costs. So I think the reality is, I think there's a very important role that government can play to create the right incentive structures to crowd in kind of that long-term capital to invest in these very significant infrastructure investments. Nigeria today is not even tapping into 5% of its irrigation capacity. Today, as an organization, as a country, we have 3 of the 8 major river systems in Africa. We have an estimated 270 billion cubic meters of underground water reserves that are untapped. So I think there's tremendous opportunity on the irrigation side if that financing piece, which is can be addressed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with you that large-scale irrigation can be quite expensive. Maybe if you look at the Kadawa irrigation project in Kano and others across the country, especially with the river basin development authorities. But what we are saying here is that our target is the smallholder farmers. And example for us now, like in Sasakawa, we have a climate smart village in Jingawa State, I think Rikasama local government area in Birnewa, where we just dug a simple tube well and provided them with simple irrigation machine to pump out the water and irrigate their farms. And in fact speaking, that has actually changed the livelihood of that community, whereby even if they cannot do much during the rainfed, they are able to actually produce, especially vegetable, seeds, or rather it's vegetable product for the dry season, which also fetch money for them. So we are not looking at those kind of big irrigation schemes, but smallholder focus. So that because we are just talking about creating the enabling environment and ecosystem so that the smallholder farmer is busy all year round. That is one of the objectives of this sustainable ecosystem. So if you can just endeavor to, and the government cannot do everything really, we know, we have so much in its hands. So, but if you can just support the government indirectly by supporting the smallholder farmer with simple irrigation. In fact, there are even some irrigation facilities that they use solar panel, not even the engine, simple solar panel that are fixed in the field. So I think it's important, and such organizations like yours that actually work with a lot of smallholder farmers and should begin to look into this one if we really want them to be active, even during the off season when there is no rainfall. And now that we are even saying that the rainfall itself is now becoming like posing a danger even to their farmland and even to their lives. So what do? Would they just sit down like that? No. Do we leave them in food insecure situation? No. Do we leave them in a situation where they depend on handouts or some sort of support? No. We should be able to support them to be able to fend for themselves. So that is what we want to see. But again, you did not go into the details of how do you manage your credit scheme to these farmers. How do you price? Maybe do they pay back to you in cash or in kind? And if it's in kind, how do you determine the price commensurate to the amount of money that you are giving to them? Is it that you give them 10,000 naira and you recover 10,000 naira, or you give them 10,000 naira and at the end of the 3, 4, 5 months, you add up maybe under 500 naira or 1,000 naira for the 10,000 that you give to the farmers? So that, because we are talking about sustainability, so that if they are enjoying it, then of course the system can continue. And that's what we want to hear now. Thank you.
No, completely agreed. And just to touch on the point on irrigation, it's an exceptionally important point. To a certain degree, today we are supporting farmers to be able to do some level of dry season farming. Part of the package that we provide the farmers is access to a loan at harvest time. It's at the end of the rainy season, and oftentimes that investment that they are able to get is plowed back in to dry season farming.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Many of our farmers utilize that capital to invest in farming and so on and so forth.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope Chichi is still there. Madam Chichi.
Yes, I am. Yes,
All
I
right.
am.
So we also want to have your take on the issue of climate change. Have you building some activities to take into cognizance the dangers posed by the climate change to the farmers you are working with? And if so, what are you doing about that?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to start by saying that we have a number of assumptions about what small-scale farmers need or what they don't. And I just wanted to say that before I go into answering the question on climate change, is to say that that is fantastic that there is access to finance for smallholder farmers. But what we have to recognize that many of these smallholder farmers are actually not credit ready. There are a lot of things that you need to do with smallholder farmers for them to become credit ready. Some of them don't even have bank accounts. Some of them have absolutely no business training. Some of them, just don't trust financial institutions. And so before we get to the stage where they can actually access a bank loan, there's a lot of preparation that is required to be done.
You need to package them.
Exactly. They need to be packaged, they need to be trained, they need to, the agronomy practices need to be improved. And unfortunately, which is why a lot of the loans from the central bank, for instance, have not been disbursed, because the conditions, of course, are not, we're lending to farmers in the same way that we're lending to other sectors. It's not the same thing. And I think that it is important to take that into consideration. And that's why, for me, I talk about a private sector, civil society, government partnership. Because many of the things that are required to get farmers ready for credit do not make profit. And the private sector is only interested in profit, and rightly so. That's why they're the private sector. So when you talk about training farmers, or when you talk about, providing good agronomy practice or extension services, who's going to pay for that? Which private sector person is going to invest a year or two first in training farmers and trying to make sure that their production is well before getting what they need? And so we're in this vicious cycle where we are not providing what the farmers need. As a result, the farmers are not able to borrow. As a result, they're not able to meet the requirements of the private sector. And as a result, we're not producing enough. And so we just keep going back in circles. And if we look at other countries that have developed along the same lines as we have, you see that a lot of investment went into supporting the farmers through grants, through extension services, through things that were relatively free to them. And I think that we need to start thinking about how to incorporate civil society, into the conversation, and how they can go and get these farmers, first of all, ready, for credit through training, through even getting them ready for the financial services, filling the forms, doing those kinds of things. I think that there is a bridge that is not being filled, and we need to look at how we can get civil society organizations to begin to fill that gap, so that our farmers can borrow and be able to repay, because they are now producing enough to be able to pay. And that's one thing. So on your question about climate change, like Kola said, this is a really important, there's no question in our mind that, the climate change is having serious impact on our agricultural practices in Nigeria and indeed the whole of Africa. And at TechnoServe is a global organization. We're in 39 countries. So we're not only able to get information about what's happening in Nigeria, we're able to get it elsewhere. And we know that training, good agronomy practice, understanding, climate change and its impact on agriculture is crucial for the smallholder farmer. So a lot of what we do is training. We provide the training, we provide the information, we provide the linkages to better seeds, to better agro practices, so that the farmers are able to take advantage. One of the things we're trying to do is to make sure that farmers that what we do is actually market led. And so that farmers, we don't give so much, free things to farmers, because then you distort the market. We try to make it, we train farmers and we support farmers in a way that ensures that they are able to meet the market demand, and that what the inputs they have makes sense, for their eventual access to the market. So what we do is more of linkages. If we know that there is somebody who's providing good agronomy, good seeds or good inputs or fertilizers that are more climate friendly and things, then we make sure that our farmers have that information and are able to use that information in a way that that is proper for their utilization. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Chichi. That's a very good one. And I think you are right. One of the major activity for Sasakawa Global 2000 is trying to package farmer groups to be bankable, either of enterprise management, even good dynamics management, and financial literacy. So, but you know, Sasakawa cannot cover the whole country, cannot meet all the. So I agree with you that other organizations need to come in to make sure that our smallholder farmers are actually credit worthy, to be able to get these credits and actually utilize them properly by having training on those enterprises they are into, both production and post-harvest activities, and even some service provision, then, and also be able to pay back. And that one is very important. Thank you very much for that contribution. Going to Mr. Shegu now, we have a problem in the field whereby sometimes some of the prices that some of the structured markets offer to our farmers are even lower than what is obtainable in the open market. So this really discourages our farmers from even aggregating and even try to sell to the structured market, because they tell you they go a long way, they go a lot of stress to try to aggregate this produce together, and only to get to negotiation with the off-takers or the processors, and discover that even the price that they are being offered is lower than what is obtainable even in the major market around their environment. And moreover, one, they don't even get paid immediately. And two, even when they go to this market, they don't sell per weight, they sell per bag. So I don't know, Mr. Shegun, what do you have to say concerning this? Mr. Shegun? Hello?
I think he's not online.
Okay.
But I would like to just respond to something Chichi mentioned. Okay. And I'll also combine that with Mr. Faladay's question.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, so some of the panelists or some of the audience asked questions about is it just crops that we are looking at on the MCF funds? It's not just crops. We're doing livestock. We're doing under the livestock. We are partnering with. We are doing the dairy. We're doing poultry. We're doing piggery. We're doing different things under each of these value chains, including even aquaculture and cattle. So we have different things that we're doing. Even equipment. You could come together as a group to buy a tractor, and then we'll work on how we look at how it will be paid within the tenure. What is the source of repayment? The tractor can be used as tractor as a service. You could even have knapsacks where you do agrochemicals, you provide as a service. So these are different things that the funds will be used for. It's different things, whether pre-upstream, upstream, downstream within the value chain, it will be useful. So to answer Madam Chichi's question about training about the farmers, our partnership, like I mentioned, includes training, because we know capacity building is very, very important. And so we're going to be training these farmers. And in training, we are working with organizations that will train. So for example, we have partnership with IITA. IITA is training over 60,000 farmers, youth, who can access this fund. So once they are trained, they are built on capacity building, how to do what they need to do, then we'll provide the funds. So training with different organizations is part of the agreement we have, is part of the initiative. Now, in terms of, she also mentioned about something about how do the farmers fill the form, how do they become bankable. Part of the partnership also involves agency banking. That's what we call it, agency banking. How do we make these farmers bankable? So we have the agency banking part of it. We have these agents go to the farmers at their locations. And at that location, we use telemobile. We use the phones to take their information. We already have a platform that we use for that. We take their phones, they take their information, their names, their addresses, every information about the farmer, do their BVNs for them. And we open their accounts for them right there. So all these are put in place within the scheme. So that makes the bankable reaching the last mile. They don't have to bring them to the bank. We go there to where they are with our agency banking, and we open the accounts for them. In fact, in addition to that, we make some of them agents themselves, where they are also empowered. And when they are agents, they also have access to finance. There's a fee for being an agent and for mobilizing other people to open accounts. You even earn more funds. So these are some of the things that we'll be doing for them. So we're not just giving them the funds, we're ensuring that they are trained, we're ensuring that their accounts are opened with our agency banking, and then we now finance because we know what we are financing. It's not about we want to dash the money away. It's about making them bankable, making their business advance, and then making them profitable. And so all those things are put into place. In terms of working with the farmers, we are working with aggregators, people who aggregate farmers, like the Babango now. So they have identified these farmers, they've done some form of psychometric examination on them, they've gotten information. So it makes the work easier, and we're able to get a large chunk of people together. So it's about training. We are going to make them bankable. We are going to open accounts for them at their position, at their locations, not necessarily having to come to the banks. And when these accounts are open, they can run their accounts. We're going to encourage them the act of saving. When you sell, you don't have to use everything. You save, and you can use what you're saving to even get money again. So these are things that we are going to be putting into the relationship with these farmers, with the SMEs. So there are a lot of SMEs whose accounts, their books are not okay. We are going to ensure all those things are put in place, where accountability is in place, your business is profitable, you can expand, and you can do a lot of things. So it's something where we're bringing, and it's something that at the end of the 2 years partnership with MCF, we will have seen the lives of people advanced, we will have seen their businesses more profitable, we will have seen things that we can just continue to move on like that. So these are things that we're doing and we'll continue to ensure. So for us, it's not about just dashing out money. It's about ensuring that whatever business you're doing, we partner with a lot of state governments. And the people that they don't even know that the money is from the states. We have come up with products addressing different places within the value chain. And I would like to tell you that, for example, the broiler value chain that we've done in such a way that we're not giving you cash, but we will provide the cost of the inputs, the barrel chicks, the feeds, everything. It's a combo. We give it to them, and at the end of the 6 weeks, somebody else takes, who is a processor, and pay them. There's also, we have that for aquaculture, where you can buy fingerlings, you rear them for the next 3 to 4 months, you sell again. So, and you have off-takers. So we have all the structures and products that we've put in place to help those people, and we are teaching them the act of making your business profitable. And it has been working. And I want to assure Madam Chichi that we have been doing a lot, we've done a lot, and it's been working, and we'll continue to improve the lives of people. And it's not about just dashing them the money, but making the essence of these funds is that at the end of the 2 years, the farmers' lives and the SMEs, the business, the youth will have advanced. And we said 70% to women. And at the end of the day, women are the ones that are not financially, the access to funds is always an issue for them. With this, we're going to do there's going to be a lot of transformation within that last mile level. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Buki.
And then on the issue of the commodities, you wanted to ask Mr. Falade, for example, about pricing.
Yes,
I told you about the product that we developed, a digital product we developed as a bank, where the farmers can sell at the right price that the market is going for, not below the price, because it's a platform where the price is being monitored daily. The price of each commodity, whether it's soya bean, whether it's wheat, whether it's maize, whether it's whatever it is, the price that they will sell is a market price, and it will be shown. And so what we've done, we've partnered with a commodity exchange, where the farmers can take their commodities to the warehouses closest to them. and then when they want to sell, they can sell in line with market price. That is a digital platform that we set up so that the issue of post-harvest losses, is the issue of pricing of their commodities, the issue of logistics, it will be addressed, and issue of access to finance. If they don't want to sell when it is harvested, they can bring their commodities, they put it there, they will store it, and then we issue them warehouse receipts. Without warehouse receipts, they can easily access funds to do whatever they want to do. When the price have moved, they can decide to sell then, and they will not be at loss. So we have also put that in place to address the issue of price fluctuations within the market and how the farmers are priced down. That would address that this season when it comes out. Thank you.
Yeah. Just a follow-up to that, Madam. On I don't know how widely publicized or the availability of this digital platform is to the numerous smallholder farmers out there. That is one. Then number two, we also need to know concerning this warehouse receipt, because the last time they discussed this issue, they said that there are still legislation on this warehouse that has not been passed. So have your bank key into, or is it just an in-house thing you are doing? Because I know that the last time we discussed, the legislation have not been passed by the Senate or the House of whatever. So I want to know at what level are you operating for this warehouse receipt? Of course, we know that people like Apex at their own level, they use it, because we even have some of our farmers under the Agra project in Kaduna State, and especially Saminaka area, where they actually benefit from this, but it's not really a complete warehouse receipt system, but it's just an internal organizational arrangement similar to the warehouse receipt system. But I don't know that if somebody actually has his product stored in a warehouse, and he brings the receipt to your bank, will your bank honor such a receipt for any financial product support or loan or whatever it is? I think we need to get clearance for that. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, so we're partnering with AFEX. We are partnering with AFEX to make this happen. And we have also, yes, we know the license, the Senate is still working on the legislation, but we are partnering with AFEX to put this in place. And so that's how we are working to make it happen. In terms of, sorry, you asked for... So
yeah,
that, and when they bring it, when we issue it, they can use it to get finance, because on that platform, within 5 minutes of applying for the loan against the commodity, you will get facility based on that receipt that is issued by the bank.
And then your commodity market price platform, does it have a name? Does it have a dedicated name, the digital one?
It is called SABEX, SABEX. And how we are sensitizing, SABEX, and how we are sensitizing the public is that we are working with a lot of these farmer groups. We are sensitizing them, we are onboarding them onto the platform, explaining the advantage of the platform to them, and we are engaging them, we are onboarding. So they have representatives within the associations who will be liaising with. After we train them, we inform them what it is, we onboard them, and that's what we have been doing. So we are working with commodity associations, which are all the commodities that we are working on this platform. We are training them, we are sensitizing them. How do they log in? How do they access the platform? How do they access funds? So we are doing that. During the COVID, we did also for input supplies, where we partnered with inputs, with the major input suppliers to finance the smaller agro dealers on that same platform too. So it does a lot of work for both input supplies and for commodity. So during the season, they were able to log on to the platform. They were able to access the finance within a very short possible time, And all those have been digitized, so the access to finance was within 24 hours, they got their money. So all those things have been put in place, and it's a platform developed by the bank to ensure access to finance, so that the last mile, all those things that people say it's not possible, we are making it possible for them. We've reinforced it in such a way that we have warehouse agents that work with them. Once the finance is disbursed, they monitor, and we've not had any loss based on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I think we appreciate your bank for the innovation, for the different products that have been chunked out to farmers to ensure that they are engaged in profitable business, which is exactly what the target or the objective of agribusiness is all about. At this junction, because it's about 3 minutes past 2, and I think our time is fast spent. So I will just give some few minutes to the other panelists and members to just give us their parting statements as we close the session. So maybe I will start with Mr. Kolamasha. What information do you have for us as a parting gift?
Well, I think I began the session really thanking our many partners, primary of which are partners like Chidima Allowance and MasterCard, who have really been instrumental to enabling us as an organization to create the scale of the impact that we have, and really look forward to continuing to dramatically scale and create the impact needed. Because I think at the end of the day, if we look at the challenges that are facing us as a country and as a region, they are quite dramatic. And we need all partners, many of who on this call as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kola. Madam Chichi. Madam Chichi. Madam Chichi, is she there? Okay, and Mr. Shegu is not also there. All right, Chidima.
Okay,
Chidima.
thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you again to Sterling Bank for inviting us here. We're committed to the partnership with the bank in providing financial inclusion, access to finance for smallholders and other entrepreneurs along the agri value chain. We appreciate partnerships with Babangona that's making real input into the lives and changing the economic lives of smallholder farmers and others along his value chain, and trust group entrepreneurs, building up their capacities to grow. I think there's also a space for ensuring that there is policy at the federal government level to help with sustainable development in the agri space. And even if we look at other areas where Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, with the Ministry of Water Resources, with the Ministry of Environment, so they are not doing siloed policies. They are collaborating to ensure that policies that are out there to incentivize sustainable agriculture is integrated and holistic, covering people along the value chain, so that can be maintained. And as one of the speakers mentioned at your panel, so that it's not subject to the cycles of power, dependent on which administration comes in. If policies are made so that it will cut across different administrations. Before we used to have the produce boards. If we bring them back and their impact on enabling portions of vulnerable farmers and those in the value chain to stick to sustainable agricultural practices, and looking at how can we say that these policies, there are consequences if you don't deal with them. But then as a multilateral agency, we're also really committed in continuously moving in the agri value chain in the agri sector in the country. We're here for the long run and not for one-off projects, to find similar organizations who are making deep footprints along the agri value chain and ensuring that, be it in the financial services sector or aggregators like Babangona, or seed producers who are also putting in those extension services, as Madam Chichi mentioned. So we're here in the long run, and thank you everybody again for inviting us. Thanks. Back to you, Ms. Aini. I think Mr. Eni left.
Oh, I think he just, the system went off. But in finalizing, we're in response to what Mr. Eni mentioned. Yesterday on our panel, we had on the panel for climate change, there was NICEREL, an organization that looks at weather, the climate, and to avoid the issue of floods, where they can project and they can prepare ahead of time that there's going to be floods. And if we know that there's going to be floods, it's based on data. They can prevent the farmers from planting at that time so that they don't lose anything. Yes, we know we have yield, we have all weather insurance, but their lives too are very, very important. He mentioned 20 people who lost their lives to flood yesterday. I believe with that agency, working together with the Federal Ministry of Agric and the various farmer organizations, we'll be able to prevent a lot of losses as a result of flood and all these other climate-related issues. I think that agency will need to do a lot of publicity and advocacy so that people know ahead of time and we don't lose the lives of these farmers. This conference is all about engaging the sector, enlightening people, letting them know what are the opportunities, what are the things that can be done within the sector to address various issues. I believe with this and what we did on the climate change panel yesterday, we'll be able to work with the Federal Ministry of Agric to see how we can use the data and the information to address these issues of flood in the country and in the lives of the farmers as a whole. Thank you. The Abuja studio to close the session at this time. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you.
first on the public-private partnership that drill down on how private sectors can begin to support our smallholder farmers. And for me, most importantly, I would take it from a difficult that actually emphasized, the need and how Olam has been supporting smallholder farmers in Nigeria today, and also looking at how they've been able to aggregate them, into several okay, sorry there. So as I was saying, for me, it's difficult of Olam that have been able to critically drill down on how they've been supporting smallholder farmers across the value chain, and also going to the last panel that was just concluded on how MasterCard and their partner with Sterling Bank has been helping young agripreneurs today in Nigeria, and also farmers, importantly, and building that brand and supporting them holistically. That's a good one, I must say. Buki Awosoya did a very fantastic job there explaining the partnership with MasterCard Foundation and helping smallholder farmers in Nigeria. Right about now, I will take you down to the Abuja studio as we welcome Emmanuel Emefinem, if I'm correct, that is the ED Institutional Banking, Sterling Bank, for the closing remarks. Abuja studio, are you ready for us?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been 2 days of out of the box thinking, strong deliberations at Agriculture Summit Africa 2020, powered by Sterling Bank. When we embarked on this journey in 2018, our objective as a bank was the restoration of agriculture to its pride of place in the Nigerian economy as it was some decades ago. Following a highly successful maiden edition in 2018, we decided to enlarge the summit and accommodate the rest of Africa. And in 2018, in 2019, we had delegates from well over 35 countries across the globe and beyond, across Africa and beyond. We are proud of what we've been able to achieve in the last 2 summits, and we're excited by the high-powered deliberations which commenced yesterday, especially with emphasis on the necessity of digital innovation and technology, improved financial intermediation, impact of climate change, public-private partnership, and building of a sustainable agricultural ecosystem. At Sterling Bank, we are further inspired, motivated, and energized by insights shared, and we are grateful to our keynote speakers, panelists, government representatives, multilateral and research institutions, farmers, and other value chain players in a bid to accelerate the transformation of the agricultural sector in Africa and Nigeria's, through out-of-the-box thinking. We want to thank our co-sponsors, our partners, our private sector leaders, the academia and youths from Lagos, Cross Rivers, Kebbi, Kano, and even here Abuja, who have been part of this summit. I must emphasize that this year's summit has been marked by out-of-the-box ideas, very bold recommendations, propositions, and policy disclosures that will truly make Africa and Nigeria's agricultural transformation the world's next revolution. We are believing that all things being equal by this time next year, we hope to take this to a higher level and get some more stakeholders involved. So together, our vision, not for Nigeria alone, but for the continent and the globe, will be realized and achieved together. Once again, I must thank everyone that has been part of this summit and everyone that contributed in one way or the other to make this a huge success. Thank you very much. We truly, truly appreciate your partnership. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel. So right about now, we'll bring it to a wrap up. And we say thank you, Sterling Bank. Thank you, all our sponsors. Thanks to the technical team that have taken these days, sleepless nights, ensuring this we bring to you. Thank you guys, are wonderful, wonderful guys. Well done. Well, and all the entire media team that have been here to take us through this 2 days journey, and most importantly, the MD CEO Abubakar Sulaiman, and also the chairman of Sterling Bank PLC. Well done, everybody. It's been a fantastic 2 days journey of Agriculture Summit Africa, powered by Sterling Bank. This day, I want to say my name is Aki Alabi. I remain Africa Finest Agribusiness Coach. I want to say thank you very much, Sterling Bank. Thanks to our partners, thanks to our sponsors, thanks to the smallholder farmers and everyone that is playing their role across the entire ecosystem of agriculture. Thank you very much, and have a fantastic day ahead. Bye-bye.